At Heathrow International Airport, where every footstep is traced by hundreds of cameras and a single glance could trigger a security alert, Elena Ward was one of the few who could observe without making anyone feel watched. She didn't speak much. She never rushed. With calm eyes and a tall, slender figure in a Navy Customs uniform, Elena had a quiet habit of reading people, not through what they said, but through how they carried their shoulders, where their fingers rested on the strap of a bag, or the rhythm of their breath while waiting in line. She was 38, lived alone in West London, in a top-floor flat filled with books and dim, never-too-bright lights. Once, she'd been in a long relationship with a war correspondent, the man who had taught her how to listen for things left unsaid. But he never returned from an assignment in southern Lebanon. Since then, Elena had learned how to leave everything personal at the checkpoint door, as if her soul, too, had been zipped into a suitcase and slid beneath the X-ray scanner. At the unit, they called her the gatekeeper who never smiled. Not because she was cold, but because she moved as if hearing a melody too soft for others to catch. A younger officer once joked, "If this airport were a piece of music, Elena would be the low note keeping it all together." In 12 years at Heathrow's border force, she'd never been complained about, never made a single mistake. She avoided social media, never touched hard liquor, and didn't go out after 10 p.m., unless she had the night shift. The only one who ever made her break those quiet little rules was a dog she didn't choose. But who chose her? On the day everything began, Elena walked into her final shift of the week with the same composure she always carried. But something was different. There was a strange stillness in the air, something that clung to the long, fluorescent-lit hallways like breath held just a second too long. As if the whole airport was waiting for something it didn't yet know how to name. Coda was not the kind of dog you'd call baby or sweetheart. He didn't wag his tail when touched, nor bounce with joy when seeing someone familiar. He stood, still straight, watching, like a living antenna, tuned not to sound, but to feelings, always scanning for a ripple in the illusion of normal. Like Elena, Coda disliked being touched without reason. And like her, he carried a past no one could fully unravel. Some said Coda had been trained at a military facility near the Welsh border, the kind where only the most instinct-driven dogs were kept after 3 brutal rounds of elimination. Among dozens of Malinois that went through the selection, Coda was the only one who never flinched at a shouted command, never stole food, and never disobeyed, not even once. And that, they whispered, was exactly what made him unsettling. No one quite remembered who signed off on transferring Coda to civilian customs, but rumor had it, "That dog's too quiet, not fit for war zones, but he'll hear what no scanner or radar ever will." And he did. In 3 years at Heathrow beside Elena, Coda had exposed 14 illegal entry attempts, 3 chemical drug smuggling operations disguised as cosmetics, and once even found a rare turtle egg hidden in a baby formula container. Every single time, he barked only once. Never frantic, never loud, just right on time. Elena had always believed there was something in Coda's eyes that made people instinctively look away. It wasn't aggression. It was depth, as if he knew more than any dog should. One rookie officer had once said, half joking, "That dog's like a retired soldier in a 4-legged body. He doesn't need orders. He just needs to be understood." In the unit's operational logbook, Coda was the only dog who had never disobeyed a command, never caused confusion, never breached protocol. And maybe that was why, on that night, when he suddenly lunged forward, barking loud and refusing the command to stand down, Elena knew. It wasn't a lapse of control. It was something real, something wrong. Heathrow at night had its own rhythm, slower but no less tense. When the shutters of the duty-free stores rolled down and the staccato clicks of high heels began to fade across the polished tiles. Those left in the immigration zone understood. They were standing on the edge of the day's final breath. Overhead, a digital display blinked in quiet blue. Flight KE-907, inbound from Seoul, landed. 23:27, 42 minutes behind schedule. Elena looked up at the board by instinct. Nothing unusual for Asian flights, weather, air traffic, or just the domino effect of delays across distant terminals. But still, there was something. A silence that stretched too tight. Night shifts were always short-staffed, but tonight, Terminal 3's international arrivals area was nearly hollow. The two luggage scanners sat idle, humming gently with the breeze from a vent. The officer at Desk 6 had one headphone in, tapping lazily on his touchscreen with a single hand. A cup of tea sat beside a stack of forms, steam rising in no hurry. Coda walked at Elena's side, step for step, a shadow in sync. No barking, no haste, just gliding through the scent trails left behind on the stone floor, sweat, cologne, leftover snacks brushed off on a sleeve. He could smell the things eyes would miss, and the secrets people tucked behind polite smiles. Then, the glass doors slid open. The first wave of passengers from Flight KE-907 began to trickle into the processing area. An elderly Korean man dragged a heavy suitcase, his eyes rimmed with fatigue. A young woman in a fur-lined coat lingered behind the group, half watching her phone, half scanning the space around her with instinctive caution. A university student moved slowly, holding a box of pastries and a folder of documents. All of it seemed ordinary. But Elena knew better. It was within the ordinary that danger liked to hide. Smugglers never acted like smugglers, and people in desperation always tried hardest to seem more normal than anyone else. Coda paused for a fraction of a second, his head tilting, just slightly, as if he had picked up something that language couldn't name. Elena didn't notice. She was still reviewing the flagged passport list, the travelers requiring heightened attention based on intelligence from international partners. None of them matched the name Ariel Song. None of them. But tonight, that name would rewrite the entire playbook. The final shift of the night always carried a different cadence. No more swarms of tour groups. No frantic voices calling out for lost companions. No crowding at the baggage scanners. Everything softened into a quiet that felt suspiciously light. Elena stood beside Checkpoint 4, her fingers resting lightly on the edge of her belt radio. The terminal was filled with scattered footsteps, the scraping roll of luggage wheels, a child's quiet whimper somewhere at the back of the line. Nothing stood out, and that, more than anything, pulled her attention tighter. Peace didn't always mean safety. That was something Elena had learned in her earliest years at Heathrow, where everything ran smoothly, until it didn't. Coda lay down beside her feet. His posture looked relaxed, but his eyes stayed open. His ears flicked toward every minor shift in sound. The soft snap of fingernails against a luggage cart, the strained breathing held too long or something more subtle. A sound that had never once appeared across thousands of screenings before. A British man in a sharp blue suit passed by and smiled at her. Elena returned a polite nod, her gaze fixed on his hands. An older Vietnamese woman shuffled forward with a luggage trolley, her face kind, but her eyes flickering with something heavier, as if what she carried wasn't just gifts for grandchildren, but a decision not yet resolved. A short, uneven cry rang out from the end of the line, a child's voice, not loud, not persistent, but offbeat. Elena lifted her head. Coda was already on his feet, head turned, alert. Nothing was visibly wrong. No one panicked, yet from that strange quiet, something unseen stirred beneath the surface. She stepped out from behind the counter, heading toward the baggage scanner near the manual screening bay. Coda followed. No hand signal. None needed. They had done this together hundreds of times, in hundreds of different circumstances. And one thing was always constant: absolute trust. The air inside the terminal seemed to shift colder, or perhaps it was only the sensation that slipped through clothes and minds alike, settling inside those who remained awake at this hour. A kind of cold that didn't come from temperature, but from premonition. Outside, the drizzle over London tapped steadily against the glass dome ceiling. And in that moment, Elena had no way of knowing that within minutes, everything she had ever trusted about protocol was about to come undone. And the first crack in that order would come from a single bark. She arrived like any other passenger, neither late nor rushed, and careful not to draw attention. Her black hair was tied neatly at the nape of her neck. A thick ash-gray coat draped over a pale cotton dress, and simple sneakers carried her quietly across the polished floor. Her left hand pushed a navy blue stroller. Her right arm clutched a large over-the-shoulder bag, slung tight and heavy, more so than it should have been. Ariel Song. Her name didn't appear on any watch list. South Korean passport. Boarding pass, valid. Declared reason for entry. Visiting family, researching immigration options. Everything was smooth. So smooth, it felt rehearsed. But Coda didn't read files. He read something else. The moment the woman stepped into the screening lane, Coda stopped in his tracks. It wasn't her scent. It was the way she moved. Elena was still inspecting the documents of the passenger in front of her, but the subtle pull on the leash made her glance sideways. Ariel's grip on the stroller handle was too tight. Her fingers had turned pale from squeezing. Her head was tilted down, but her eyes flicked left to right, too quickly, too mechanically. She wasn't observing. She was calculating, looking for exits, not directions. And most telling of all, she avoided every pair of eyes in the room, especially the uniforms. Coda stepped half a pace forward, ears rigid, nose sampling the air in tiny, focused bursts. Elena instinctively tightened the leash, but he didn't step back. He stood frozen, eyes locked on the young woman as she slowly pushed the stroller closer. The child inside stirred softly, let out a short cry, then fell quiet again. Ariel leaned down to soothe the baby, but the motion lacked warmth. It was practiced, performed, like a gesture learned from watching someone else. Elena quietly unclipped the small notepad from her belt and made a note. Subject: female, East Asian descent, anxious behavior, avoiding eye contact, white-knuckling stroller. Still, Coda hadn't barked, but Elena felt it. He was holding a breath, like a drawn bowstring, waiting. It all unfolded in under 3 seconds. Ariel was just steps from the checkpoint now. Elena was preparing to greet the baby, as she often did with families, an instinctual act of kindness. But Coda didn't wait. No command was given, no tug of the leash, only a faint growl, low, sharp, barely audible, before Coda launched forward. The first sound was a single bark, sharp and clean, like a blade slicing the air. It wasn't loud. It wasn't frantic. It was a declaration. Danger. Then he lunged. The entire arrival hall seemed to freeze. Elena's head whipped toward him, startled. Her hand flew to pull the leash back, but it was too late. Coda had already passed the reach. The leash slipped from her grasp, uncoiling like it had been calculated. The Malinois surged past 3 passengers, sprang onto the edge of the stroller, both front paws landing squarely on the safety bar, and thrust his head toward the thick navy blanket covering the child inside. Ariel screamed. It wasn't the kind of scream that came from being startled by a dog. It was something deeper, more primal. A broken cry torn from the pit of her chest, laced with a fear that had been buried for too long. Elena couldn't make out the exact words, but she felt the shift instantly, a chill spreading down her spine like ice water. The woman wasn't reacting like someone under attack. She was reacting as if something terrible had just been confirmed. A passenger behind them stumbled backward, dropping a suitcase that hit the floor with a loud thud. A child started crying, louder and more frantically now. A man tossed his backpack aside and dropped to his knees. In moments, the terminal was spiraling into chaos. The alarm system kicked in with a sharp whine, sweeping through the checkpoint like a storm. But inside Elena's head, only one thought rang out with painful clarity. Coda had just broken protocol. For 3 years, he had never done this, never lost control, never left his position, never deviated, not even by half a step. And the first time it happened, it was with a woman and a baby. Elena rushed forward. She didn't look at the crowd or respond to the voices buzzing in her earpiece. She ignored the shouts coming through the radio, the orders, the sudden escalation. Her focus narrowed to a single point as she reached out and grabbed Coda's collar, pulling hard. "Coda, back!" she commanded. But Coda didn't move. He didn't growl. He didn't resist. He stood there, body trembling like a drawn bowstring, his eyes fixed on the stroller. It wasn't defiance. It was something closer to a plea. He was waiting for someone to see what he already had. Then the second bark came. This one was louder, longer, and fractured like an emergency siren. He was no longer warning softly. He was declaring it, openly and without hesitation. The bark cut through the terminal, and instantly, things fell apart. In the distance, a man tried to push through the barrier, waving his suitcase over his head and shouting. 2 parents rushed to pull their child back, both repeating the same question in rising panic. "Is it a bomb? Is it a bomb?" The internal security alarm changed tone. 2 short beeps followed by 1 long, signaling a level 2 threat. A coordinator sprinted across the floor, shouting into her radio, calling for immediate camera focus on Sector D and confirming Code Red status. Elena held the leash tighter, trying again to pull Coda back, but he wouldn't yield. This wasn't standard protective behavior. This was something else. Coda was going against orders, something he had never done before. And with a K9 like him, that meant everything. On the other side of the stroller, Ariel's song remained completely still. But it wasn't the stillness of confusion or fear. It was the stillness of someone holding her breath to keep a nightmare from breaking loose. She didn't look at Elena. She didn't look at the crowd. Her gaze was locked on Coda's eyes. There was something there, not fear of the dog, not fear of being caught. It was fear of being seen, of having the truth dragged into the open. "What's going on?" The voice of Supervisor Daniels cut through the tension. He approached quickly, 2 conflict response officers at his side. His eyes flicked across the scene, analyzing every detail in a heartbeat. Coda reacted strongly. "No prior indication," Elena answered calmly, though her pulse was racing. Her hand remained firm on the dog's collar. "Female passenger, stroller, high anxiety behavior. Coda is locked on the infant. He's refusing to stand down. Reaction level? Level 3. Barking. Physical proximity breach. No attack posture." Daniels turned his attention to Coda. The dog was still as stone. He hadn't moved, hadn't panted, hadn't broken his stance. It was the posture of a predator, but not out of instinct. It was out of duty. "Ward," Daniels said, his voice lower now. "You know the regulations." Elena nodded. She knew them well. Any disobedience from a K9 officer had to be documented and reviewed, and depending on the outcome, could lead to suspension. But as her eyes remained fixed on the dog beside her, one truth rose above the rest. In 3 years, Coda had never been wrong. Not once. Now it was Elena, the one who knew Coda better than anyone, who faced the decision. To follow the procedure as written, or to trust the gaze of a creature who had never once lied to her. Not in all the years they had worked side by side. She could feel her heart pounding against her ribs, each beat louder than the last. She inhaled slowly, trying to steady herself. Coda had stopped barking, but his body remained taut, every muscle drawn tight. His eyes were still locked on the stroller just a few feet away. Ariel Song didn't move. She clutched the strap of her oversized bag like it was the only thing anchoring her. Her mouth was pressed into a firm, pale line. Inside the stroller, the baby boy, no more than 8 months old, shifted gently in his sleep, occasionally stirring beneath a pale blue blanket that looked too thin for the coldness gathering in the air. Daniels's voice came quietly but clearly. "Elena, check it." The moment stretched. Every movement felt heavy, suspended, as if time had slowed around them. Elena stepped forward. She put on her gloves and leaned over the stroller. It was a basic model, older, with some wear along the wheels. Her eyes briefly rested on the boy's face. He had long eyelashes that fluttered with each breath. His mouth was slightly open. She caught the faint, sour scent of milk clinging to his collar. He was so small, too small to be anywhere near this kind of moment. Elena lowered her hand and began to peel back the cover. The first layer was just the blanket, folded with care. Then she touched the mattress. It wasn't thick, but it was unexpectedly heavy. Under the fluorescent lights, a slight bump revealed itself, something just beneath the surface. Her heartbeat faltered. She slid her hand beneath the padding. Even through the glove, the cold of metal seeped through. It was solid, hard, unmistakable. She didn't need to guess, she already knew. Elena glanced at Daniels. He gave a single nod, his face unreadable. With her free hand, she reached for her utility knife and carefully made a small cut along the edge of the mattress, just enough to reveal what was hidden inside. It was a Beretta M9. The handgun lay directly beneath the child's back. No wrapping, no safety case. The safety was still on, but the magazine had been loaded. It was real, and it was ready. For a moment, it felt like all the air had been sucked out of the hallway. Elena took a step back. Her voice was low but steady as she reported, "It's real. Beretta, chambered, and loaded." Daniels acted immediately. He raised one hand to signal. Within seconds, the 2 security officers closed the gap around Ariel. She didn't resist. She didn't run. She simply collapsed into herself, her shoulders falling like a leaf losing its hold. Her voice came out as a whisper, so soft it almost vanished. "Please don't scare him. Please!" A medical responder rushed in. Despite the trembling in her hands, Elena crouched again and carefully checked the baby. His breathing was stable. No injuries. But his skin felt cooler than it should have, probably from lying against cold steel for too long. Then, at last, Coda sat down. There was no more tension in him, no more urgency, no aggression. He simply looked at Ariel, not with anger, not with judgment, but with something quieter, something deeper. It was as if he were saying, "I understand why you did it, but I had to protect the child." The corridor leading to the isolation room at Heathrow wasn't long, but to Ariel Song, it felt like a nightmare without end. 2 security officers walked beside her, silent, their footsteps echoing evenly against the white tile floor. There were creases still visible on her blouse from where someone had grabbed her. The strap of her bag had been removed, and her hair was tied loosely to one side. She looked like someone on the run, even though she had never left the security perimeter. Elena followed behind with Coda. The Malinois kept his gaze fixed on Ariel, not with aggression, but with a quiet, steady focus, almost like understanding. Elena wasn't sure what to believe. The gun they had found was real, loaded, and placed beneath an infant. That alone was enough to warrant a criminal charge under international airport security law. The isolation room was small. A single steel table sat in the center, flanked by 2 metal chairs and a high-mounted camera watching from the corner. Ariel sat down, folding her arms tightly around herself as if trying to keep from falling apart. She hadn't yet been allowed to see her child. The baby had been taken to a medical examination room for emergency evaluation. Even the first question Elena asked, simple, routine, broke the silence like a crack, and Ariel began to cry. "Full name?" "Ariel Song," she answered, her voice dry and hoarse. "I'm his mother. I'm not a criminal." Elena didn't respond immediately. Instead, she laid out the documents recovered so far: a South Korean passport, a birth certificate for the baby, and a temporary residence card under the name Damien Cross. Ariel flinched the moment she saw the name, as if just reading it could cause the ceiling to come crashing down. "I didn't carry the gun to hurt anyone," she whispered. "I carried it because he once threatened me with it. I took it when I fled. It was the only way I knew to keep myself safe." Elena's eyes stayed sharp. She had heard plenty of explanations in her years, excuses from drug traffickers, smugglers, and people carrying unauthorized documents. But never before had someone hidden a loaded weapon beneath their child, then cried while speaking of self-defense. "Who is he?" Elena asked quietly. Ariel raised her head, her voice slow and deliberate. "He's the father of my child." The room fell into a heavy silence. Elena didn't press further, but in Coda's eyes, something instinctual seemed to rise, as if something in him had already spoken quietly, clearly, not a threat, not a criminal. She's afraid. Not of guilt, but of something darker. In a separate room, designed specifically for suspicious baggage screening, the fluorescent lights cast a cold white sheen over everything. Elena stood in front of Ariel's medium-sized suitcase, gloves on, focus sharp, as if reading a story that had words but no voice. At first glance, everything seemed ordinary. A few sets of baby clothes, a packet of wipes, bottles of vitamins, formula, and Korean-labeled wet tissues. No drugs, no foreign objects, no overt signs of smuggling. But the neatness of it all felt suspicious. Too neat. She picked up a small blue shirt. It smelled faintly of old milk. But what caught Elena's eye wasn't the stain. It was the torn neckline that had been poorly stitched back together. She set it aside carefully. Next, she opened a laptop packed in soft fabric. It was new, but oddly, there was no charger. She made a note. A laptop with no charging cable was unusual for someone who used it regularly. Ariel's passport was standard, issued in Seoul, with 3 entries into Europe. Strangely, the most recent entry was just 5 days ago, even though Ariel had said today's flight was her first. Elena frowned. In the system, she found an online declaration under the name Ariel Lee. Same birth date, similar photo, but a completely different address. She reviewed the customs form Ariel had filled at the counter. The purpose of visit was marked as family tourism, but no names were listed, no contact number provided. For the question about carrying potentially dangerous items, Ariel had checked no, a small inconsistency. But in Elena's line of work, even a small inconsistency could turn into a knife pointed inward. She turned to the handheld inspection board and examined the luggage more closely. At the base of the suitcase, a pocket had been sewn shut. Elena cut the stitching. Inside were 2 birth certificates, one for Benjamin Cross, one for Benjamin Song. Both listed the same date of birth, but the signatures in the mother's section were completely different. Elena sighed. Not out of frustration, but from the sense that she was stepping into a labyrinth, one where Ariel didn't seem to be hiding a crime, but rather hiding herself. On the other side of the frosted glass, Coda sat motionless like a statue. His deep brown eyes stayed fixed on the door of the isolation room, where Ariel was still curled in on herself, as if afraid the world beyond those walls might shatter at any moment. Elena scribbled a quiet note in her notebook. Records don't match. But maybe it's not deception. Maybe it's fear. She stepped out of the baggage inspection room, still holding the scattered papers like puzzle pieces that hadn't yet found their frame. She didn't go to the isolation room right away. Instead, she paused in the hallway beside Coda, who remained perfectly still, as if no shift in the world could pull him from his focus. "Coda," she said softly. He didn't turn. Only his tail twitched slightly, but his eyes remained locked on the frosted window at the end of the corridor, where the woman named Ariel Song sat alone, her head leaning against her shoulder, hands clasped so tightly the knuckles had gone white. Elena had seen Coda do this before, but only in other contexts, with smugglers hiding contraband under their jackets, with people whose smiles didn't reach their eyes. Coda always knew. He never needed proof, only instinct. But this time, his gaze held no tension. It had softened. No barking, no growling. None of the stiff alertness of a detection stance. Just the quiet posture of a being trying to understand why this woman trembled so much, even though no one had laid a hand on her. Why her breathing was uneven, not out of guilt or rage, but out of fear. Elena sat beside him, gently placing her hand on his back. "I don't know either," she whispered. "There's too much that doesn't make sense. But not all of it feels wrong." Coda tilted his head slightly, responding to the sound of her voice. He didn't need her to explain. He was simply holding his position, like an anchor in the current of tangled lives that drifted through the heart of this airport. From the observation room, Supervisor Malik watched them both. He looked at Coda, then at Elena, with the calm recognition of someone who had worked in this job long enough to know that sometimes the most important truth wasn't in the files or the baggage scanners. "If a dog won't look away," he had once said, "it might be because he's seeing something we're not ready to face." Coda blinked slowly. His eyes never left Ariel. It wasn't suspicion. It was a question. If everything she's doing is wrong, then why does the fear in her eyes look so much like the ones we've seen before, in people who just needed to be saved? Elena stepped into the isolation room, holding the now organized file. She didn't sit down right away. Instead, she stood across from Ariel, separated by the cold steel table, just one breath of space between them. Ariel looked up. Her eyes were red, but there were no tears left. Just a kind of exhaustion that had seeped all the way into her bones. "I'm not a bad person," she said, voice small but steady. Elena didn't argue. She didn't agree either. She opened the folder and began flipping through the pages one by one, as if conducting an interrogation through silence. The mismatched details. The documents that seemed valid but lacked depth. The travel logs. The reason for entering the UK. Her relationship to the child. Everything checked out on paper, but none of it felt real. "Why hide the gun under the stroller?" Elena asked. Her voice wasn't sharp. It carried a rough edge of weariness, and something quieter beneath it, like confusion. Ariel didn't answer. Her fingers rested on the table, nails scratching faintly against the frozen surface, like she was trying to claw her way toward an exit she couldn't see. "You know the regulations here, don't you?" Elena went on. "A Beretta, loaded, not declared. That alone is enough to put you on the serious offender list." Ariel looked at her. And for a brief second, Elena saw something that didn't belong to a criminal. It was the look of someone who had run very far, and who knew that stopping might cost them everything. "I know," Ariel whispered, more to herself than to the officer. "I know there's no excuse for what I did, but if you knew who he was, you'd understand." "He?" Elena echoed softly. Ariel fell silent. Not another word. Elena closed the file. She stood up and left the room without saying anything else. The door clicked shut behind her like a long exhale. Coda was still waiting in the hallway. He looked up at her, his eyes full of quiet questions, not about rules or protocol, but about feeling. Elena didn't respond right away. She leaned back against the wall, eyes drifting toward the frosted glass window that looked into the room where Ariel still sat. Not resisting, not fighting, just silent. The kind of silence that made people wonder. If she were truly a criminal, then why were her palms bloodied from gripping the chair so tightly throughout the questioning? There was no clear answer in the documents. Only a vague but growing instinct in Elena's mind, sharp, cold, and difficult to ignore. Was this a criminal, or a woman risking everything just to survive? The interrogation room was small, its fluorescent lights casting a cold glow across the polished steel table. Elena sat across from Ariel but didn't speak right away. She let the silence settle for a moment, the way someone might wait for a lake to still before trying to see the bottom. Ariel kept her head down. Her hands were clenched together, fingers constantly rubbing against each other, as if trying to erase some invisible ink left on her skin. On her left wrist, Elena noticed a faint red mark, barely visible, like the trace of salt after old bindings. It wasn't enough to file a report, but it was enough to plant a seed of doubt. "Would you like some water?" Elena asked gently, her voice soft as breath. Ariel shook her head. Her dark hair fell forward, covering most of her face. But Elena could still see her eyes beneath the strands, eyes that belonged to someone cornered. Not panicked, not pleading, just tired in a way that settled deep, like dust on doors that had not been opened for years. Elena had seen that look before, years ago, at the refugee camps along the Polish border. In a young Ukrainian woman clutching her infant tight inside a torn jacket, waiting her turn to be examined for bruises she didn't have words to name. But Ariel was not in a refugee camp. She was in an interrogation room at one of the most secure airports in Europe, detained with a loaded handgun found beneath a baby's stroller. And that made everything harder to reconcile. Elena watched closely. She didn't miss a thing. The way Ariel flinched slightly when the door clicked shut, the subtle twitch in her eyes whenever Coda's shadow moved past the hallway window, the way she avoided even unspoken questions that hung thick in the air. There was fear, yes, but not lies. Elena had handled hundreds of cases. Lies had a scent, a rhythm. They came with a faint tremble rehearsed too many times. Ariel didn't have that. Her fear wasn't performed. It breathed. It pulsed, like someone who had spent nights sleeping with a knife under her pillow. A fear with no name, only reflex. "Are you ready to talk?" Elena asked, finally meeting Ariel's gaze for the first time since the investigation began. Ariel looked up. And this time, her hair didn't hide her face. In that moment, Elena didn't see a suspect. She saw someone waiting for another human being to be patient enough to listen, before every word disappeared into silence. Ariel gently touched the glass of water Elena had placed in front of her, but she didn't drink. Her fingertips moved slowly along the rim, as if trying to trace some buried memory etched in the glass. "Elena," she said at last, her voice hoarse and trembling, like a door creaking open after a long storm. "If I tell you everything, will you believe me?" Elena didn't answer immediately. She met Ariel's gaze, neither confirming nor denying, just leaving the silence there, like a space that said only one thing. Go ahead. Ariel gave a small nod, then took a deep breath. The first breath of a story no one ever wants to tell, but that becomes heavier the longer it's held inside. We met in Cardiff, she began, at a defense technology expo. Damien Cross was a security consultant for a private firm. He used to serve in special forces. Elena jotted a few notes but didn't interrupt. At first, he was kind, gentle. He knew how to make people feel safe. Ariel paused, her lips trembling slightly. Until that so-called safety became a form of captivity. She described the early years, the hourly check-in calls, the cameras installed in the kitchen, the bedroom, even on the car seat. Every action had a reason. I'm worried about you. I just want to make sure you're safe. She used to believe that was love. Then one day, the language changed. It shifted from "you forgot" to "you betrayed me," from "where are you going" to "you think you can run from me?" Ariel lowered her head, her voice sinking like dusk creeping into a window. The first time he hit me, I didn't cry. I just went quiet. It was like my body didn't belong to me anymore. Elena tightened her grip on the pen. I reported him once, Ariel said. He had friends in the system. They came and left. No one asked if I was okay. She closed her eyes. Then I got pregnant, and it got worse. He controlled how I held the baby, how I fed him, how I changed his diapers. He said, if I left, our child would grow up without a mother. Not because I'd be dead, but because he'd make the courts believe I was unstable. And I believed him, because I'd already seen him do it. The room fell still. Elena stopped writing. Outside the frosted glass, Coda lifted his head, as if he too heard the voice of a mother describing how she'd been turned into a shadow of herself. And one night, while he was away on a business trip, Ariel continued, I removed the hard drives from the cameras, took the gun from under the bed, picked up my son, and left. Left the house, left the country, left the life I used to live, to start a new one. Her voice cracked. I don't know if that makes me a criminal, but I know if I hadn't done it, there'd be a little boy who never got the chance to grow up. Elena leaned slightly forward when she heard the name. Damien Cross. It rang through the room like a blade sliding across the table, not loud, but cold and clean. Elena had heard the name before, not in headlines, but in quiet meetings between security units. A man with no record, yet surrounded by connections no one wanted to touch. Someone who lived in clean files but left chaos in his wake. Ariel noticed the change in Elena's eyes, and nodded. That's who he is. Wealthy? Elena asked quietly. Wealthy but discreet, owns shares in a private security firm, ties to defense contractors, ex-SAS. He knows how to disappear if he wants, and he knows how to make people disappear if he needs to. Her voice grew tight. He once said, the law belongs to the ones who can afford to rent it. And I believed him, because I watched him make a domestic violence report disappear in less than 24 hours. Elena leaned back slightly, a chill running along her spine. You said you reported him to the police. Twice, Ariel replied. Her eyes drifted, as if staring into a place that was both distant and cruel. Once in Cardiff, once in Bristol. Both times the result was the same. He was invited in for a coffee, and I was the one referred for a psychological evaluation. The most skilled manipulators are the ones who make their victims doubt themselves, Elena murmured, more to herself than to anyone else. Ariel looked at her, eyes quietly grateful that she didn't need to explain further. After I gave birth to Caleb, nothing was about me anymore, she said. He installed a camera in the nursery, controlled the medical records, the vaccination schedule. I couldn't take my son anywhere without being asked why. I had no friends, no social media. He called it protecting the family. Elena exhaled, her hand drifting to the edge of the file folder, searching for a sense of grounding. And that's when you decided to leave. No, Ariel corrected. I decided not to let my child grow up believing that control is love. I didn't want Caleb to learn that his mother was always silent, always apologizing, always bracing just to survive another day. Outside the room, Coda still sat quietly, his ears tilted toward the door, as if he too were listening, hearing every word, every fear being unwrapped in the air. Elena gave a slow nod. The name Damien Cross was no longer just a suspicion. He was the epicenter, the shadow Ariel was running from, not out of weakness, but out of the need to survive, and to give her child a chance to live a different life. Elena didn't write anything else in her notebook. It was time to listen more than question. Ariel sat in silence for a long moment before looking up. Her voice was soft, steady, like someone reciting a nightmare she had lived through too many times to forget. I used to wake up in the middle of the night, from the sound of a door opening without footsteps. Elena nodded gently. He moved like a ghost. I put up wind chimes. I installed my own cameras, changed passwords, and then he made me take it all down, said I was paranoid. Some nights, I believed him. Ariel gave a dry, hollow laugh, the kind of smile that carried no light. One time I said the wrong thing, just one sentence about dinner. He stared at me for 3 minutes without blinking. Never laid a hand on me, but I shook the entire night. Elena recognized the pattern. Not the bruises, not the forensic evidence, but the details, those tiny fragments of memory only someone who had lived in fear could remember with such clarity. Have you ever lost track of time in your own home? Elena asked gently. Ariel nodded. I once stood in the kitchen and couldn't remember why I was there, or what I'd been doing 10 minutes before. Elena said nothing. She scribbled a brief note. Dissociation episodes, possible CPTSD. My son, Ariel continued, her hand clenching the edge of her shirt. I've woken Caleb up in the middle of the night, just to make sure he's still breathing. I know I shouldn't. But after the night, Damien took him outside because he cried too long. I haven't been able to sleep deeply since. Outside the window, the light from the arriving flight from Seoul blinked steadily. Coda remained at his post, still unblinking, as if standing guard not just over the airport corridor, but over the memories pouring from the woman seated before Elena. PTSD doesn't always come from war, Elena said, as if to keep Ariel from feeling alone with a diagnosis not yet spoken aloud. It can also come from battles no one sees, where the battlefield is your home and the enemy sleeps beside you. Ariel let out a long, quiet breath, as if something invisible had just unclenched inside her. At the end of the interview, Elena made no formal statement, no conclusions. But in the final glance she gave Ariel, something had shifted. She no longer saw a suspect. She saw a mother, a survivor, someone still learning how to breathe again, after years of holding herself together just to make it through the day. Ariel sat at the edge of the chair, her hands resting lightly on her knees. Her posture was steady, deliberate, an effort to appear calm. But her eyes told a different story. Fear still pulsed through every breath she took. Elena sat across from her and placed a glass of water between them. She didn't rush with questions, didn't accuse. She simply allowed the silence to linger, long enough for the defenses to slowly unravel. Ariel spoke first. Her voice was hoarse, worn thin like something that had been swallowed too many times before. I'm not a criminal. Elena gave a small nod. I'm trying to understand. That gun, Ariel paused, swallowing hard. It wasn't to kill anyone. It was so that if he found me, I'd have a few seconds to run. Not to shoot? Elena asked gently. No, Ariel shook her head, firm and clear. I never even took it out of the holster. I don't know how to use it. I'm terrified of the sound it makes when you rack the slide. She gave a short, brittle laugh, a sound that broke apart in her throat. I almost threw it away. I stood at the living room window with it in my hand. But then I thought, if I die, maybe someone will find it and know I tried, that I was trying to protect my child. Elena studied the woman in front of her. There was no panic now, only exhaustion. Where did you get it? She asked, her voice soft. From his locker. Damien has about 10 guns. He keeps them in different places around the house, but I only took the smallest one, the one he carried most often. I thought, if he noticed it missing, at least he'd come looking. He wouldn't tear apart wherever I was hiding. Not right away. Ariel lowered her head, eyes wet with tears she hadn't yet let fall. There was only one place he never touched, the stroller. He always said taking care of the baby was a woman's job. He never changed a diaper, never held Caleb for more than 10 minutes. Elena tightened her grip around the notebook in her hand. What Ariel said didn't come from any official criminal psychology training, but it was some of the most truthful testimony she had ever heard. That's why I put the gun there, Ariel whispered. If he came, and I couldn't run, at least I could distract him, or scream, or do something, anything, so Caleb could live. Elena still didn't speak, but her expression had shifted. She no longer wore the face of an officer enforcing a rule book. Now she was simply a woman, listening to another woman describe a fear that had no name. Ariel straightened just slightly, as if speaking the truth gave her a fragile kind of momentum, something to push back against the years of weight she had carried alone. The stroller was the only place I knew. He'd never touch, she said, her hands twisting in her lap, fingernails pressing into her palms until her skin turned white. Even when he was furious, Damien never once bent over that stroller. Elena tilted her head, slowly noting the detail. But she didn't need to write it down. She would not forget it. Ever. Ariel continued, her voice strangely steady. When Caleb was 3 months old, I left him in the living room while I cooked. Damien came home, heard him crying. Instead of picking him up, he kicked the base of the stroller and said, "Don't let that thing ruin a man's space again." A silence fell between them, heavy and raw. Elena looked up. "You're sure he never checked?" "I'm sure," Ariel replied without hesitation. "He saw the stroller as mine, like my makeup drawer, or the diaper bag, things that didn't belong in his world." Elena inhaled slowly. It was a strange psychological mechanism, but it made a frightening amount of sense. Damien's rigid idea of gender roles had, unknowingly, created the one place where Ariel felt her secret could be safe. "But if you knew how dangerous it was," Elena asked gently, "why would you put your child on top of the gun?" Ariel looked up. "Because I had to get through the airport, through security. If I put it in my bag, they'd find it. If I left it at home, Damien would find it. But in the stroller, beneath Caleb, that was the only place I knew no one, absolutely no one, would think to look." She paused, as if waiting for a reaction. But Elena said nothing. Because she understood that if a mother had reached the point of hiding a weapon beneath her own child, she wasn't making choices between right and wrong. She was standing at the edge of a cliff, where every decision was already wrong. Just some offered a higher chance of survival than others. Ariel's voice grew raspier. "I'm not asking to be forgiven for that. I just want you to understand. I didn't choose the stroller because I saw Caleb as a shield. I chose it because it was the only place I knew. Damien wouldn't touch, wouldn't search, wouldn't suspect." She hesitated, then whispered, "It was like my last safe place." Elena glanced down at Coda, who lay quietly beneath the table, his eyes still fixed on Ariel. The Malinois didn't growl, didn't shift. He simply existed, like a being who understood that in this room, survival was not a matter of logic, but instinct. Ariel didn't speak for a long time after that. The small interrogation room seemed to shrink around them. The only sounds were the soft scrape of Elena's pen across paper and the quiet, steady breathing of Coda. Still loyal, still listening. Then Ariel spoke again. Slowly, evenly, as if reciting a memory buried so deeply it no longer felt like her own. The last time Damien used a gun was when I asked about withdrawing money from our joint account. Elena looked up. Ariel's eyes weren't tearful. They were distant, dulled, as if she had learned to tell her story from somewhere outside her body. He didn't hit me, didn't yell. He just walked into his office, opened a drawer, took out the Glock, placed it on the kitchen counter, then looked at me. Ariel shuddered slightly. She didn't need to finish. Elena could already picture that look. Cold, controlling, utterly devoid of reason. "If you ever think about doing anything behind my back again, I swear I won't miss," she quoted. That's what he said. I couldn't breathe. Caleb was in the stroller, less than 2 meters away. Elena gripped her notebook, feeling the muscles in her shoulders tighten. I didn't cry, didn't beg. I just stepped back, nodded, and he smiled. Put the gun away, like nothing had happened. He even kissed Caleb on the forehead before leaving for work. Ariel turned her face away. Beneath the curtain of her long hair, Elena noticed a faint, fading bruise, almost gone, but still leaving the skin an odd, pale shade. That night, I didn't sleep. I packed a bag. I withdrew cash from a hidden account. I called my mother, told her not to call me back. I printed Caleb's birth certificate again, changed the date of birth. I knew what I was doing was illegal. But for the first time, I understood that if I didn't leave, my son would grow up between guns and threats, or worse, he wouldn't grow up at all. Her voice trembled, just slightly. The very next morning, when Damien left the house, I picked up Caleb, grabbed my bag, and walked out, Ariel said. I didn't lock the door. I didn't leave a note. I didn't take anything of value, just my son, and his gun. I took it, not out of revenge, but because I knew if he found me, I needed something. Elena swallowed hard. Beneath the table, Coda leaned slightly toward Ariel. His ears lowered. He didn't bark. He just watched. Some fears don't need to be spoken to be understood. They just need to be witnessed, to be acknowledged as real. Damien never had to yell to control me, Ariel said, her fingers tightening around the chain at her neck. He only had to make me doubt everything I did. Elena stopped writing. There was no hatred in Ariel's eyes, only the fatigue of someone who had grown used to being monitored. Every day, every hour, every breath. There was a camera in Caleb's room, she went on. Not the kind you place in a corner to watch an infant. This one was hidden, inside a stuffed animal right next to the crib. He said it was for safety. Elena's brow furrowed slightly. He had an app to control it remotely, could turn it on or off whenever he wanted. I once tried to put the toy away. The next day it was back. That night he asked me why I didn't want Caleb to be properly monitored and protected. The way Ariel emphasized protected made it sound like a prison. My phone had tracking software. I tried turning off location services, tried uninstalling it. He knew. Always knew. Ariel lifted her head slightly, her voice growing steadier. She wasn't unraveling. She was clarifying. I'm not paranoid. I lived inside a system he built. I didn't have the bank passwords. I wasn't allowed to buy clothes without informing him first. He took photos of receipts every time I went to the store and checked my bag every time I came home. Did you ever try going to the police? Elena asked softly. I did, once, Ariel said. They came, spoke to both of us, then left after Damien offered them coffee and showed his old credentials. One of the officers had worked with him before. She gave a small, bitter smile. Not mocking, just tired. After that, I slipped on the stairs. He said it was an accident. I had to say the same when I got to the hospital. There weren't any other choices left. The room felt thick with weight, like air frozen into silence. Only the faint ticking of a clock broke the stillness, counting down each breath inside a nightmare that hadn't ended yet. Elena looked at Ariel. This woman wasn't a threat, but she also wasn't a fragile victim. She was survival made flesh, holding herself together under invisible surveillance, haunted by voices that didn't need to shout to leave scars. Beneath the table, Coda slowly lifted his head. His gaze had softened now. It no longer carried the tension of alertness, only quiet attention. As if he, too, understood that some people only begin to truly live when they find the courage to escape a cage, no matter how polished, respected, or laced with sweet-sounding lies. The long, empty hallway at night felt like a slow-motion reel of a surveillance video. Everything was still, except for the faint green blink of the security LEDs following their programmed rhythm. Elena was reading through Ariel's written statement on the screen, while Coda lay by the door, his head resting on his front paws, eyes gently narrowed as if drifting. Then, without warning, Coda snapped upright. The way he shifted from calm to full alert was something Elena had come to read with absolute clarity. They had worked through hundreds of patrols together. And she knew, without the need for a sound, that this sudden stillness meant something. Something was wrong. What is it, Coda? She asked, closing the tablet and walking over. But there was no bark, no growl, just tension, tight as a drawn wire. Coda was frozen in place, the slightest tremble visible in his hind legs. His eyes were fixed on a man stepping past the arch of the airport's internal security checkpoint. The man wore a fitted black suit, carried a compact travel case, and had a beanie pulled low over his forehead. A humanitarian-looking badge hung from his neck, something resembling a global NGO or peacekeeping organization. Every step, every gesture was textbook, rehearsed to perfection. But Coda wasn't looking with a human's eyes. He was sensing with a loyal dog's heart. And that heart was screaming in silence. Something was wrong. Deeply wrong. Who just came through? Elena followed Coda's stare, her hand instinctively resting on the leather holster at her side. The security monitor showed a close-up of the man's face. And for a moment, Elena felt a flicker of something she couldn't ignore, Ariel's voice, echoing in her memory, talking about a man who never showed up without a purpose. Coda began to growl, low, controlled, the first tremor before a coming storm. The automatic doors to the secure area slid closed behind the man. He was tall, broad-shouldered, wearing a slate-gray overcoat that clashed oddly with London's mild April weather. His hair was trimmed in a military style. His jawline was firm, his nose straight, and his eyes scanned the surroundings like a laser grid. It wasn't his appearance that made him memorable. It was the deliberate coldness, the practiced blankness. Coda changed posture again, from alert to ready. His whole body seemed charged with quiet energy, as if a low-voltage current pulsed from his paws to his spine. His ears stood straight. His gaze never wavered. Elena didn't even need to speak. She felt the shift through the leash in her hand, an instinct built from years of silent trust between handler and dog. The man presented diplomatic credentials. Everything was in order. His name, according to the ID, was Charles Darrington, an officer from the Department of Defense Cooperation en route to Washington. But something was off. Elena couldn't articulate it. It was a sensation, a fraction out of place, like a puzzle piece that almost fit, but didn't. Then his eyes swept past hers, cold, blank, and she froze. Because in that glance, she remembered what Ariel had said. He never yelled. He just stared. Stared until I apologized, even when I hadn't done anything wrong. A stare that bent people without touching them. A presence that made you forget yourself, that compelled you to shrink beneath an invisible weight. Elena drew a slow breath, her eyes tracking the man as he walked through the checkpoint. Passport, diplomatic badge, carry on, everything by the book, too perfect. She unlocked her phone and pulled up a file that had been forwarded from an international agency. Damien Cross. The photo was dated 3 years ago, but the facial structure, the eyes, the walk, they all matched. It was him. And Coda had known before she did. It couldn't be. That thought flashed through Elena's mind, but her fingers were already hovering over the emergency response alert. Instinct told her that the man who had just entered the security zone wasn't just a traveler. He was a storm in disguise. And Coda, as always, had sensed it before anyone else. From the moment the sliding doors opened, the air felt heavier. Coda, who had been resting calmly beside the checkpoint desk, shot up. His ears pricked forward, his eyes locked onto a man who had just stepped into the restricted zone reserved for staff and classified passengers. Elena noticed the sudden change and turned instinctively. The man was wearing a charcoal overcoat and carrying a compact suitcase. His manner was polished, refined. He didn't attract attention, except from Coda. The Belgian Malinois didn't bark, didn't growl, but his stance was unmistakable. He was like an arrow drawn back, poised to launch. Elena approached, placing a firm hand on Coda's back. His body was taut, every muscle on alert, gaze fixed unblinking on the man. She gave no command. Her presence was enough, anchoring him while the pressure mounted silently. Her mind began matching this stranger's appearance to the details Ariel had given of Damien Cross. Under the fluorescent ceiling light, his sharp jawline, high-bridged nose, and stiff, measured gait came into focus, like someone trained in uniform. Ariel had once said, "He never looks directly at you, just observes, like everything's a target." This man wasn't looking at anyone either, but Elena saw his eyes flick toward the isolation zone, where Ariel was being held. Her heartbeat quickened. Coincidence? Or was it really him? Damien Cross, ex-military, a man of influence, and now a predator pursuing his wife and child as if they were prey. Elena moved toward the control desk, discreetly signaling for the cameras to zoom in on the man. Coda remained still, unmoving, every muscle charged. One wrong step from the stranger, and he would explode forward without hesitation. The man handed over what looked like a diplomatic passport. "Name's Daniel Crow," he said smoothly to the officer on duty. His voice was calm, his smile faint but practiced. The passport bore the seal of a small European nation, complete with diplomatic credentials. "I'm a security attaché. I've been granted clearance to provide legal counsel to a detainee." The young officer hesitated. The documents appeared legitimate. The seals looked real, but something about the moment made him glance over at Elena. "Officer Elena, there's someone requesting access to the isolation zone," he said quietly. Elena took the passport in her hand. Signature, watermark, embossing, everything checked out. Yet her gut told her the opposite. And Coda, whose instincts had saved more lives than she could count, hadn't eased. "Hold him here," she said calmly. "I need to verify this with command." The man offered a slow smile. I understand. But you do know that denying access to someone holding a diplomatic passport is a serious matter. And more serious, Elena replied, her voice steady, is allowing someone into a place where they absolutely don't belong. She turned away. And Coda, without being told, stepped forward and placed himself between the man and the corridor leading to the isolation ward. The first sound was barely audible, a low, broken growl rising from Coda's throat. Elena felt it like a shift in pressure. She knew every phase of Coda's behavior: focus, alert, evaluation, defense. But this growl wasn't trained. It came from somewhere primal. Damien Cross, still wearing that patient smile and never quite settled gaze, began walking toward the restricted doors. A young officer stepped up. "Excuse me, sir. Do you have clearance to proceed?" "Absolutely," Damien replied, producing a sleek black wallet. Inside was a diplomatic identification card embossed with the coat of arms of a small, scarcely recognized Eastern European nation. The young officer hesitated. It wasn't the first time someone with high-level clearance had passed through without full inspection. But then, Coda barked. It wasn't the growl they'd heard earlier. This was a full-throated eruption, deep, resonant, and commanding. It echoed through the corridor like a verdict, not a warning but a decision. Heads turned. A passenger nearby gasped and dropped her suitcase. The officer standing in Damien's path flinched. Elena was already moving, cutting across the hallway as her heartbeat synced with the urgency in her steps. "Stop him!" she shouted. "No one goes into the isolation zone right now!" Damien's eyebrows rose. Something flickered in his eyes. In that brief moment, Elena saw the truth. Gone was the polished diplomat, and in his place stood a man bristling with entitlement, power unaccustomed to being questioned. He wasn't used to being stopped. Coda kept barking. Again and again, a relentless rhythm that split the thick air between them, refusing to give ground. "What is this?" Damien snapped. "I hold diplomatic status. I'll report this to the embassy." Elena didn't flinch. She signaled two other officers to close in, then fixed her gaze on the passport control clerk. Her voice was even but firm. "Verify that diplomatic ID right now." The moment stretched thin, like a cord ready to snap. No one dared to move rashly. No one wanted to be the first to make the wrong call. Coda paused, just for a heartbeat, then lowered himself, muscles tensed, eyes locked onto Damien. He growled again, deeper this time, as if pointing toward something no one else could yet see. Beneath the cold fluorescence of the international terminal, a confrontation had begun. Not between guns or authority, but between reason and instinct. And this time, instinct was leading. The glass door to the isolation zone shut behind the man in the dark suit. For a moment, the atmosphere seemed to stall, as if the air itself was holding its breath. Damien Cross, if that truly was him, walked with an unnerving calm, each step measured like he was entering a summit hall, not the restricted perimeter of an international airport. Around his neck hung the diplomatic ID, slanted text, and embossed crest catching the light just so. His eyes scanned the room, not rushed, not hesitant, until they landed on Elena. She didn't need confirmation. Her instincts were louder than protocol. And when he reached the reception desk, gently placing his passport and a packet of documents onto the glass counter, the puzzle pieces began to fall into place. "My name is Daniel Cross," he said smoothly. "I've been dispatched under directive from the United States Embassy. A personal asset under my custody was misplaced on the incoming flight." His voice was refined, polished, like it had been rehearsed in mirrored rooms and press briefings. Not hurried, not nervous, just enough calculated poise to blur the lines between truth and manipulation. Elena opened the folder. Her eyes scanned the contents. Diplomatic passport, embassy authorization, even a notarized document bearing the U.S. government seal. It was all flawless, too flawless, like water that looked pure but carried a scent no one else seemed to notice. She remembered Ariel's words. He doesn't go the normal way. He always finds a way to make it all legal. And the phrase stuck with her. Personal asset. Not wife. Not child. Asset. Could you describe it more specifically? Elena asked, voice held at a neutral pitch. So we can assist with identification. He looked at her with unblinking brown eyes. A personal security device. It may have been misrouted into checked luggage. He leaned on the word device, letting it stretch with suggestion. Then he added with a faint smile, I'd be happy to assist, so long as we follow proper diplomatic channels. It was at that moment that Coda stirred. The Malinois rose, not with alarm, but with purpose. His paws moved slowly, almost ceremonially, his gaze locked on the man. No growl, no bark, just recognition. This wasn't a reaction to a suspicious object. This was something else. Recognition of a human presence, a memory in motion. Elena inhaled deeply. On paper, Damien would pass every check. But instinct, her own, and more importantly, Coda's, was telling her otherwise. Before she could act, another security officer approached, leaning in to whisper, "The handgun. We ran the serial. It matches a Beretta registered to Damien Cross." Elena's expression shifted, just slightly, but enough. Her eyes returned to Damien. She kept her composure, but the room felt narrower now, the air tighter, and then he tilted his head, as if he had expected this moment, as if he'd been waiting for it. A slow, crooked smile played on his lips, one that never reached his eyes. "Oh, so that's what this is about," Damien murmured, his tone more amusement than surprise. "I suppose you found the little gift I left for my wife." Elena clenched her fists. "You call a gun hidden beneath an infant's mattress a gift?" He didn't answer right away. Instead, he stared at her, and in that gaze was something far darker than anger. It was contempt. "You know what the problem is? Fragile women always believe that self-defense justifies turning everything into a tragedy. I only wanted back what was mine." His voice was steady, dispassionate, like he was talking about lost luggage. Yet each word tightened the air, drawing invisible threads of tension across the room. Elena could feel the shift in posture from every security officer nearby, hands hovering near radios, eyes locked, muscles coiled. "Your wife and son are not property," she said, keeping her voice level. "And that gun wasn't a tool to reclaim anything. It's evidence of violence, of threat." Damien didn't respond. He raised an eyebrow and stepped forward, just one measured step. "You have no idea what's happening above your pay grade. If I walk out of here today, you'll need more than a dog to protect the people you think you're saving." Coda growled. It wasn't just a sound. It was a reset, a rupture in the moment that yanked the room back to the present. Elena raised her hand in a clear gesture. "Hold position. No further steps." For the first time since entering, Damien halted. His eyes darkened, calculation flashing behind the facade. But the mask had cracked. Elena could see it now. This wasn't just a man with a forged identity. He wore a false face, layered, practiced, and now it was starting to fall apart. In a breath's time, she understood. If she let him move one step closer, control would shatter. "Team A and Team C, move in. Secure the target. No weapons drawn. Keep it clean," she spoke into the radio, her tone calm, almost weightless. But the units had already shifted. "Ready." Damien remained still, but his body was taut. His right arm hung at a slant, just enough for anyone trained in force to recognize the readiness for resistance. His stare wasn't passive anymore. It had become a blade, slicing across each face, each gesture. Elena moved closer, matching the force of his presence with stillness of her own. "You are breaching a Level 1 security protocol. This is a protected zone. One more step and we are authorized to act." Damien smirked. "Do you really think you can touch me without triggering an international incident?" She didn't reply, but the metallic click of safety latches disengaging behind him said more than words. Two officers appeared from either side, movements rehearsed and swift. One looped an arm around Damien's elbow, the other braced his back and wrist. He resisted, voice low and venomous. "You don't know who you're dealing with. I am the system." "That's exactly why," Elena said, stepping forward, her eyes unwavering. "We're going to check that system, layer by layer." They pinned him against the examination table. Coda moved with them, as if connected by an invisible cue, standing guard beside Elena, never breaking eye contact with Damien. A third officer scanned his body. No weapons, but there's a device embedded in his left upper arm. Looks like a chip, possibly a tracker. "Extract and seal it," Elena instructed. "All evidence will be transferred to higher security intelligence." Through clenched teeth, Damien hissed, "Everything I've done was to protect my family." Elena leaned in, her voice quiet but firm. "No family needs a gun hidden under a sleeping child." Then she stood upright. The order for handcuffs was given, and for the first time in Damien Cross's life, he was arrested. Not for treason, not for smuggling, but because the instincts of a dog had seen through him before any protocol could. He was escorted to the high-security inspection chamber. No more diplomatic credentials, no more confident smiles, just a gaze that flicked from wall to wall, desperate and searching, like a man already calculating his last possible exit. A specialist technician from Heathrow's counterintelligence unit had been summoned. With static-proof gloves, she examined every seam, every lining, every collar on the jacket Damien had carried. Each item was removed with surgical care, then scanned under UV lights and high-frequency analyzers. And slowly, what couldn't be seen by the naked eye began to emerge. "There's a GPS chip embedded in the heel of his shoe," the technician reported. "Military frequency, not consumer grade, two-way capability, capable of remote data transmission. In the inner coat pocket, a nanograde microphone, surveillance grade." Another agent stepped closer. "The watch has an encrypted communication chip, not available on the open market." Elena stood still, listening as each sentence peeled back another layer of Damien's carefully constructed identity. This man had not come to retrieve his family. He came to control them, to monitor, and if it came to it, to eliminate. "He brought an entire surveillance system with him," one technician murmured. "He's not here to find, he's here to trace." Elena gave a quiet nod and signaled for every piece of equipment to be sealed and secured. She knew this was no longer just a case of airport security. It was a warning about the shape violence can take when cloaked in legitimacy, and how only by seeing with the heart, as Coda did, could one truly detect it. When all procedures were complete and Damien Cross was finally escorted out of the isolation zone in restraints, the space left behind fell into a strange silence. It was as if something heavy had been lifted, and only now did anyone realize how long they'd been holding their breath. Coda still stood at the far end of the corridor. He hadn't moved since the moment everything began. His eyes followed Damien's exit, unblinking, unwavering, as if someone's survival was still hanging on every breath. The isolation room door creaked open. Ariel was allowed to step out. Her hands still trembled slightly, but the look in her eyes was no longer filled with despair. In her arms was the baby, sleeping soundly, lashes brushing against soft pink cheeks, unaware of how close the night had come to being something else entirely. Elena approached and gently placed a hand on Ariel's shoulder. "Are you all right?" Ariel didn't speak. She looked instead toward Coda. And then, without a single command, no gesture, no cue, Coda stepped forward. He sat slowly in front of the stroller, lowered his head. He didn't bark. He didn't growl. He simply existed, firm, calm, immovable, as if he had always been meant to guard that exact spot. Ariel broke into tears. Not the panicked kind, but the kind of crying that's allowed when survival no longer requires silence, when fear has finally loosened its grip. Elena stepped back, leaving space for two souls who knew what it meant to live under threat, and for a third, too young to understand, but already protected by the instincts of a dog. Nearby, a young security officer whispered, "He knew," before any of us did. Elena didn't answer. She only nodded, eyes fixed on the image of Coda lying beside the baby like a barrier no force could cross. She understood then, some truths don't come in the form of evidence. Some can only be confirmed through feeling. And Coda, with one bark, with one stare, had saved that woman's life. Not once, but twice. The next morning, a pale sunlight streamed through the thick glass walls of the emergency witness housing unit at Heathrow Airport. Ariel sat on a cold metal chair, a thin coat draped over her shoulders, arms wrapped around herself like she still couldn't believe she had survived the longest night of her life. Elena stepped inside, not as an interrogator, but as someone who had seen enough to understand that some truths cannot be written into reports, but must be listened to with the heart. Ariel looked up as she entered, then slowly reached into her shirt and pulled out a thin silver necklace. The pendant was an old, weathered cross. She unclasped it, laid it gently on the table, her hand still resting on it. "This isn't just a keepsake," Ariel said. Her voice was soft, barely above a whisper, but there was something in her eyes that had turned to steel. "It's the only thing I managed to keep when I left the house." Elena furrowed her brow, carefully lifting the pendant. She noticed a faint scratch near the edge, almost invisible, unless held directly under the light. Ariel reached for a metal pen and pressed it into the lower rim of the cross. A soft click sounded. The body of the cross opened, and inside, hidden beneath the silver shell, was a small, waterproof USB stick built to military specifications. Elena didn't speak. She simply looked at Ariel, silently asking the final question. "Everything's on this?" Ariel nodded. "I didn't know how else to prove what I've lived through. Every time I went to the police, they said there wasn't enough evidence. So I gathered it myself. Audio, hidden camera footage, photos of the bruises, everything, one by one." Elena held the USB like it contained a piece of truth no one had dared to touch. She knew that in the battle between victims and those with power, evidence wasn't just supportive. It was the only thing that could unlock justice. Ariel withdrew her hands and folded into herself again. "I almost deleted it, so many times. I thought if I kept it, I'd never be able to live like a normal person again." Elena responded gently, but with certainty. "But by keeping it, you and your son are still alive." Out in the corridor, Coda sat waiting. He didn't bark. He didn't move. But when Elena stepped out, he rose immediately, as if sensing that another truth had just been freed from the dark. Elena entered the verification room, a sealed space, windowless, lit by soft lights, with only the hum of the ventilation system and the blinking of a computer screen for company. Before her was the USB, now connected. A folder appeared on screen titled Home Truth. She opened it. Inside were 3 subfolders: video, audio, and image. Elena clicked on the video folder first. The screen flickered to life with footage from a living room. The camera angle was off-center, clearly hidden. Ariel stood trembling. Damien stepped forward, voice raised, and threw a glass against the wall. The shattering sound rang out. He grabbed her shoulders, mouth moving violently, his words lost beneath a child's crying from another room. She skipped to another file. This time it was the kitchen. Ariel held the baby in her arms. Damien stood behind her, pointing a gun, not at her, but at the fridge. Then he turned and jabbed the weapon toward Ariel. His eyes weren't furious. They were disturbingly calm. Elena closed the video files and switched to audio. The recordings were brief, but each one was a blade. "If you leave, I'll find you, even if you crawl underground. That kid doesn't need a weak mother like you." In the image folder were photos, blurred but undeniable. A black eye, bruises along her neck, scans of her shoulder, CT images of her skull with attached medical reports. One image was a sonogram. A handwritten note read, "7 weeks gestation. Patient declines to explain cause of abdominal trauma." Elena stared at the screen. Not a single file invited doubt. Not one could be easily manipulated or edited to mislead. This was truth, recorded minute by minute in the silence of survival. And Ariel had endured all of it with nothing more than a silver chain and the raw instinct to live. When Elena stepped out of the data verification room, she said nothing. In her hands was a sealed envelope containing copies of the files. She held it tightly, as if carrying something both fragile and vital. Down the corridor, Ariel sat with her back straight, eyes fixed on the frosted glass window. There were no traces of tears anymore, only the quiet stillness of someone who had learned to endure. "Elena," she said softly, "I went to the police. More than once." Elena stopped in her tracks. "And they didn't act?" Ariel let out a faint laugh, not one of joy, but the resigned sound of someone far too used to being dismissed. "They came, some even wrote reports, but then everything disappeared. One time they called me in just to tell me they couldn't find clear evidence of physical harm, that the audio recordings weren't admissible." Elena clenched her fist. "Did Damien have connections in law enforcement?" "Not just connections. He was once a strategic security advisor on a joint task force between the military and police. Some people called him a hero, others owed him favors. I couldn't get past those ties." She paused, her voice tightening. "Once they even labeled me psychologically unstable, said I was exaggerating, that I was trying to unlawfully separate a child from his father." Something caught in Elena's throat. How many times had women like Ariel been silenced? How many times had warnings gone unheard because the voices weren't powerful enough, didn't have the right background or the right gender? "They didn't see me as a mother. They saw me as a problem." Outside, Coda stood by the door, his head tilted slightly, eyes still watching the hallway. Elena glanced toward him and understood. If not for the instinct of that dog, if not for his refusal to obey routine that day, Ariel and her child might not be here to tell their story. "We're going to take this evidence forward," Elena said firmly. "This time, no one is allowed to look away." In a small office on the second floor of the Heathrow Airport security wing, Elena sat before a computer screen, the angled sunlight casting a pale streak across her tense cheek. Beside her rested the sealed envelope containing the copied evidence from the USB, a quiet reminder that truth, once uncovered, must be given a place to speak. She logged into the internal portal of the Special Investigation Division, an independent body tasked with handling misconduct within law enforcement structures. Beneath the emblem of the flag and official crest, a line appeared on the screen. You are about to submit a priority level, urgent report. Are you sure you want to proceed? Elena typed, Yes. The file, titled Case 412-A, Damian Cross, was attached in full. Officer Elena Ward's personal statement. A detailed account of the incident at the airport. All digital contents from the USB, images, videos, audio recordings, medical excerpts with injury photos, statements from direct witnesses. She added one final remark. I submit this not only to accuse a man who once hid behind national service, but to say this, listening to a victim at the right moment can save an entire family. Afterward, Elena opened the connected email portal to the International Human Rights Commission, an agency that handles violations involving citizens and law enforcement. She attached the translated documents and the full report. No personal emotions were included, only facts. When the screen confirmed, Your report has been received. We will respond within 48 hours. Elena leaned back in her chair, eyes closed. She didn't know what would happen next. But the thing that had to be done. She had done it. And this time, silence would not be allowed to look away. At the end of the hallway, Coda remained lying in place, unmoving. But Elena knew if danger rose again, he would bark, not because of a command, but because it was the right thing to do. The news broke faster than expected. Less than a week after the file was submitted, a sudden press conference was held at the Special Investigation Division, an event rare enough to signify a case of public magnitude. Elena stood in a small observation room behind a one-way mirror, hidden from the live broadcast. Outside, journalists jostled for space, camera flashes flaring without pause. At the podium, a representative from the division read aloud each line of the new indictment. Damian Cross, former strategic security officer, is now charged with the following criminal offenses: threatening acts of violence against family members, forging personal documents and falsifying diplomatic credentials, tampering with or influencing medical records related to domestic abuse, violating the rights of a child within an unsafe family environment. All charges, the speaker emphasized, are substantiated by digital evidence, visual documentation, audio recordings, and sworn witness testimonies. Elena clenched her fists when the final declaration was read. The defendant will be placed under high-risk surveillance and is barred from contacting any witnesses, family members, or individuals related to the case. Backstage, Ariel held her son tightly, her body trembling slightly with emotion. She remained unseen by the press, offered no statement, but her eyes were locked on the screen, where Damian's name now appeared beside the words, "Detained awaiting trial. High risk of retaliation." Elena moved closer and gently rested a hand on Ariel's shoulder. "It's not about winning," she said quietly. "It's that this time, no one dared to look away." Ariel glanced down at Coda, who now sat by her feet, his eyes fixed on the screen as if he understood every word. In that gaze, there was more than instinct. There was recognition. The truth, finally, had been called by its rightful name. When the conference ended, Elena and Ariel were ushered out through the back exit, shielded from the flashing lights of cameras and prying questions. The London night was damp and cold, but the sky in the north seemed softer now, like it was clearing the path for something new to begin. Their transport van stopped in front of a discreet brick building, home to the International Witness Security and Resettlement Office. Inside, Ariel and her son were formally informed. They qualified for Level 1 International Witness Protection, a rare privilege reserved for high-risk cases with global implications. Elena was the first to notice the flicker in Ariel's eyes when the words "identity change" were mentioned. In that flicker was a whole life unraveling, relief entangled with grief. "My name, It won't exist anymore? Ariel whispered. The officer nodded. You'll be issued new documentation. Your residency history will be rebuilt. All online traces will be erased or encrypted. Ariel clutched her son's hand. But will he be safe? Elijah will grow up like any other child. No one will track him. No more hidden cameras. No more fear. Ariel turned to Elena, silent for a long time. A new name. May I choose it? Elena offered a gentle smile. You're a survivor. You should have the right to name the life you fought to protect. Ariel bent down, whispered something into her son's ear, then looked up again. Adeline, she said. Adeline Shore. Elena nodded. Welcome to your second life, Adeline. Outside, Coda stood beside the escort vehicle. He tilted his head toward the breeze, sensing, as he always did, the path toward safety. And there, at the edge of the darkness just beginning to recede, 3 lives stepped into the light: a mother, a child, and a dog who had believed in what no one else dared to see. One late afternoon in May, sunlight slanted through the maple trees by the loch, casting thin golden streaks that looked as if they were breathing. A jeep came to a quiet stop on the dirt road that led to a small house, its moss-covered roof leaning gently, windows thrown open to catch the breeze. Elena stepped out first. She wasn't in uniform, just a long coat and a gray wool scarf. Coda followed, silent yet alert, his eyes sweeping the landscape in quick, practiced motions, as if old instincts were still alive beneath the calm. The house appeared behind a soft veil of mist, simple, peaceful, carrying the quiet rhythm of a place chosen for starting over. A white fence bordered the front, clusters of lavender beginning to bloom, and a wooden bench on the porch offered a quiet invitation to those who once wandered far from home. The door opened before Elena could knock. A woman stepped outside, shoulder-length hair, sun-kissed skin, and eyes that had learned how to stay bright through seasons of change. Adeline, Elena said softly, using the name newly given. Ariel, now Adeline, smiled. There were no tears, no long speeches, just a slow nod, as if to say, I'm still here, and I'm living. Elena walked up the steps. They embraced gently, like touching a memory that had never truly left. From inside the house, a child's voice rang out. Mom, who's here? A young boy came running, tousled brown hair and eyes filled with light. He stopped when he saw Coda, then burst into laughter and threw his arms around the dog's neck. Coda stood still, his eyes softening. He didn't bark, didn't move. But his tail gave a small wag, a silent greeting to the little friend who once slept in a cradle hiding more than anyone knew. And just like that, in the quiet wooden house by the water, 4 lives once driven to the edge could finally exhale in the same breath, without fear. On the soft grass, the boy laughed, chasing an orange paper airplane he had folded himself. Wind from the loch lifted it, letting it spiral, then land gently near Coda's paws. The dog tilted his head and wagged his tail, as if cheering the boy to try again. Elena sat on the porch bench, her hands wrapped around a steaming cup of tea. She watched the scene before her with a quiet gaze, rare in her long, pressured life of service. It was a moment that asked nothing of her. No alerts, no protocols, no orders to follow. Ariel, Adeline, came out of the house with a kitchen towel in hand, her hair loosely tied back. She sat beside Elena, her eyes resting on her son, who was now running in circles around the small yard lined with wildflowers. Every morning, he asks if there's enough wind for his plane to fly far, she said softly. Elena smiled. And today, is there? Adeline nodded. Today, the wind is gentle. In my heart, too. Her face no longer bore the tightness that once creased her brow. The shadows beneath her eyes had faded, replaced by color, by softness, by a smile no longer afraid. Slowly, she had learned to live without always looking behind her. The boy shouted, "Mom, I won!" Then sprinted toward them, diving into Adeline's arms, his hands wrapped around her neck with pride. Coda padded over, lying beside them, his head resting on the boy's leg like he had always belonged there. And in that moment, in the stillness of a windless evening, was the simplest, most profound image of what had been claimed: peace. Elena and Adeline sat together beneath the porch roof, their tea still sending up faint threads of steam. In front of them, sunlight poured through the leaves, scattering gentle patterns onto the wooden table. No words passed between them for a while. It was as if both minds were walking back through their own pasts, quietly, step by step. It was Ariel who finally broke the silence, her voice no longer trembling, yet still holding the soft edge of an unhealed memory. "I used to think I wouldn't survive that night," she said. Elena didn't speak. She simply looked at her. "When he pressed the gun to my head, I didn't think of myself. I thought of Elijah's face if he woke up and didn't see his mother again." Ariel exhaled. "I don't even remember how I escaped, just the sound of the wind, and my heartbeat, like instinct." Elena gently placed her hand over Ariel's. "And you followed it. That's why you're still here." They both turned their eyes to the yard, where the boy was still flipping over fallen leaves, searching for insects. Every movement of the child was a living proof that the story had not ended in darkness. "And you?" Ariel asked. "Did you ever think you were wrong, for trusting a bark no one could explain?" Elena smiled. "I was trained to trust the process, but that day, Coda taught me to believe in something else, to trust a silence that was trying to speak." A light breeze swept through, carrying the rustling of the trees and the scent of damp earth, the smell of something being reborn. And in that moment, both women, once victim and protector, now survivor and witness, nodded together, not to close a chapter, but to affirm that they had made it through, with courage, with trust. As the sun dipped behind the hills, the light turned pale gold, casting a gentle honeyed hue over the landscape. The boy sat cross-legged on the grass, arranging pebbles in neat lines. Coda lay close beside him, his body stretched out, head resting on his front paws, ears softly alert. He wasn't sleeping. He wasn't moving either. His eyes tracked each step, each laugh, each flutter of leaves near the child, like a living camera. But not cold, not mechanical, watching with something deeper than duty. Ariel, now Adeline, watched quietly from a distance. She didn't call her son in, even as the air turned cooler with the early touch of evening. She seemed to understand that some moments were meant to be left untouched, just as Coda had left many things unspoken, yet never unattended. Elena walked over and sat beside the dog. Her hand rested lightly on Coda's strong back. "You still remember how to stand guard without being told, don't you?" Coda didn't answer, of course, but in his eyes was something Elena had seen before, a complete trust, not in the mission, in the people. The boy leaned against Coda without even thinking, his small head resting naturally along the dog's side, and Coda never looked away from the horizon, where there was no threat, only stillness. But to Coda, it was still a place worth watching. That was how he stood guard, not with teeth, not with bark, but with presence, quiet, steady, like a reflex that would never leave. Evening settled gently over the lake as the boy drifted into sleep, and the house filled with a soft amber glow. Adeline, poured more tea into Elena's cup, and sat across from her. There were no more eyes looking away, no trace of fear. Only the quiet steadiness of someone who had walked through the dark and come out on the other side. "You know," Ariel began, her voice calm now, "since moving here, I joined a small group, women who've survived abuse. There's a program called Adopt a Dog, meant to help them rediscover what safety feels like." Elena lifted her head slightly, listening closely. "It's simple," Ariel continued. "Each woman adopts a dog that's been abandoned, just like them. But it's not only about taking care of the dog, it's about bonding, learning to care again, and most of all, feeling protected." Her voice wasn't emotional, but rather thoughtful, like someone quietly recounting her own journey through the reflections of others. "At first, I just went to observe," Ariel gave a small smile. "But then I watched this one woman reach out and gently touch the back of a little dog that had been shaking in the corner. She said, 'I think it understands me, because it doesn't know what it means to be loved either.'" Elena said nothing. She didn't need to. We don't talk much about the past. But in the eyes of those dogs, and in the way those women begin to change, I saw something. Sometimes the fastest way to heal a soul is to let it help heal another. A soft breeze passed by, carrying with it the distant rhythm of waves meeting the shore. Elena nodded. Inside her something stirred, like Coda's first bark, a sound that needed no translation. Elena leaned back, letting the cool of night brush the edge of her neck. She smiled, a quiet contemplation in her eyes. "Your story reminded me of someone named Reuben. He lives in South London," she said, her voice almost a whisper beneath the crackle of the fire outside. "He used to be a firefighter. After a blaze where he couldn't save a family, Reuben pulled away from everything, his job, his friends, the world, until he met a dog named Max. Max had been left behind in another fire, terrified, refusing to step into darkness, and slowly, their broken pieces found each other." Ariel listened without interrupting. Elena continued. "I saw them in the park once. He was sitting there reading, Max resting by his side. I asked him, 'What did you do to make Max trust again?' And Reuben said, 'I didn't do anything, I just stayed.'" Elena looked toward the window, where Coda lay near the boy. "I think dogs don't change us with some grand gesture. They change us by simply being there, at the right time, in the right place, in exactly the way we need." Ariel nodded. "Like Coda did for me." Elena smiled gently. "And for me too. Coda redefined what trust means to me. It's not something you prove. It's something you choose." Silence wrapped around them like a heavy blanket, not weighty, but warm. Two women, once strangers, now held together not just by their shared hardships, but by the quiet strength of a creature who couldn't speak, yet taught them how to listen. A peaceful pause followed Elena's story. In that moment, only Coda's steady breathing and the soft glow of lamplight filtering through the window remained. Ariel stood and walked to the glass. She looked out to where Coda still lay beside the porch, his head slightly tilted toward the door, eyes not quite closed. "Elena," she said quietly, "have you ever thought, maybe Coda didn't come to save anyone?" Elena stepped beside her. "What do you mean?" "Maybe," Ariel whispered. "He came to remind us that there's a world inside ourselves that needs saving too, one we often forget." Their eyes met. There was nothing more to say. Coda, with his alert ears and quiet posture, was more than a loyal companion, more than a hero in the shadows of an airport. He had become a symbol of something greater, presence without words, trust without demands, and a bond that reached beyond the scars no one else could see. Elena remembered every bark, every moment Coda had stood between danger and safety, not because he was told to, but because he felt it. And now, in the stillness of this small lakeside home, she understood what Coda had truly given them. It wasn't just safety. It was a door back to something they thought they had lost: trust, connection, and the quiet miracle of a heart still willing to believe in the world. On the way back to London, Elena pulled over on the shoulder of a quiet hillside road where wild grass swayed and the faint outline of a Scottish lake shimmered far behind her. The early morning wind rustled through the low trees, stirring the leaves with the sound of a whispered conversation. Coda lay in the back seat, eyes half closed, but his ears still flicked in response to the subtle shifts of the world around him. Elena leaned her elbows on the steering wheel, eyes fixed on that distant glint of water. In the silence, her mind gently rewound through everything that had brought her here. The moment Coda barked for the first time, cutting through the rigid protocol she had once believed was untouchable. The tension in Ariel Song's eyes amidst a sea of strangers. The stroller and the silent gun hidden beneath a layer of soft cotton. If that day she had dismissed the bark as a mistake, if she had looked only at the checklist, at the files, at the cold and tidy standards, Ariel might have been arrested for terrorism. The child might have been taken from his mother. And Damien, the man who hid behind charm and impeccable credentials, might have continued unchallenged. Elena took a deep breath. "If it weren't for Coda," she whispered, "I would never have seen what eyes can't see." The heart, something she had learned to set aside through years in the security field, had been brought back to her, not through logic, but through presence. Through a dog who never needed to speak to be understood. She turned to look at him. Coda still lay quietly in the back seat. He needed no command, no call. He was simply there, as he had always been. Elena started the engine, then stopped it again. In her chest, a question stirred gently. All those years working in security, how many times had she believed that a disobedient dog meant failure? But Coda had shattered that belief. And perhaps that very defiance had been the right thing all along. No one had ordered Coda to leap toward the stroller. No alarm had triggered his bark. No warning light, no audio cue, no measurable signal had confirmed the threat. There was only instinct. Something in the air, in the rhythm of breath, in a flicker of the eye, in the tremble of a woman's hand. Something only Coda had felt. He had trusted the one thing every training manual tries to tame: intuition. Elena glanced into the rearview mirror. Coda still lay there. He didn't wag his tail. He didn't nuzzle her shoulder like a dog waiting for praise. He was still, as if nothing had been broken at all. And in that stillness, Elena heard what felt like a declaration. A dog does not need a command to know how to protect. A dog does not need to follow the rules to be a hero. Because real loyalty isn't always about obedience. Sometimes it is the courage to do differently, to do what is right. And there, in that moment before the morning fully broke, Elena believed with certainty it was instinct, that quiet defiance, that had saved a family. The first light of day slowly unfurled across the still surface of the lake, tinting the water gold and painting soft lines across the faces of those who remained. A small boy sat on the wooden porch, his tiny hand gently stroking Coda's back. With every touch, Coda closed his eyes and tilted his head ever so slightly, as if embracing the entire world through that one gesture. Behind them, Ariel sat quietly on the steps. Her dark hair fell softly over her shoulders, and her gaze followed the two figures before her with a tenderness that said this quiet moment was something she had once only dreamed of, but never truly believed would come. She didn't speak. She simply smiled. Not a forced or polite smile, but one that flowed effortlessly from the kind of peace it takes years to reclaim. Elena stood at the edge of the yard, hands tucked into her coat pockets, eyes drawn toward the lake. There was nothing left to say. The journey was over. Every question had found its answer. Every wound had begun to heal. And only one truth remained, the one that had always been there, though it took a long road to finally see it. That sometimes, to save someone, you don't have to make noise. You just have to stay still, stay present, and stay when it matters most. Coda lifted his head, eyes catching the new light dancing on the water's edge. He didn't bark. He didn't move. But that presence, that quiet, unwavering presence, was the most beautiful sound of a morning where life was beginning again. Coda was not a perfect dog. He didn't always follow commands. He didn't always move according to protocol, and that was exactly why he mattered. Because in a world where everything can be trained, conditioned, or automated, loyalty and instinct remain the rarest things that cannot be replicated. The story of Ariel, the little boy, and Coda wasn't just about an incident at an airport. It was a reminder of the unseen bonds between people and dogs, where a single glance can become a lifeline, where a dog, even one trained to obey, might still choose to act from love and instinct. German Shepherds, Malinois, or any other breed. They weren't born to be tools. They were born to love, to protect, and sometimes to guide us, right at the moment we're about to fall. So love them, cherish them, honor them as they have loved us, unconditionally, without demand. Sometimes with nothing more than a single bark at just the right time. As Enrico Calloway sat in the defendant's chair, the cold, harsh brightness from the fluorescent lights on the courtroom ceiling reflected off her rigid face. Enrico's case had perfect proof. She was at the crime scene at the exact moment when security cameras captured her. She left her fingerprints on the murder weapon. On the night of Brandon Miller's murder, a witness claimed to have spotted her close to his apartment. Evidence accumulated layer after layer, forming a 100% solid case. Enrico was aware that on that fateful night, she had never been inside that apartment. But her defense did not matter to the trial. On the prosecution's side, Inspector Marvin Harrington stood solemnly, his visage unblinking and icy. He was in charge of the case and was informing the media that Enrico was the target of indisputable proof. Everything went too easily and too quickly, as if it had all been planned out. Enrico's old co-worker, Grayson Hayes, sat still in the spectator area. Beneath his piercing, expressionless eyes, a tempest was raging in the background. He was shocked to learn that Enrico had committed murder. She was a lady who sought justice with her heart and her head, and she was among the best policemen he had ever worked with. All of a sudden, the room was filled with a loud bark. Enrico's dog, Ron, was the center of attention when a police officer escorted him out of the courtroom. However, Ron would not go. He stiffened, roaring ferociously as he braced himself. His front paws brushed the tiles of the floor. Enrico caught Ron's gaze, and he resisted as hard as he could. Ron continued to thrash and whine harshly, his eyes never leaving Enrico as if he was trying to hang on, even though other cops had to work together to remove him out of the room. A terrible anguish sprang up in Enrico's chest as she gave Ron one more look before being led away. Death did not frighten her. She feared that the truth would be permanently hidden. Enrico was imprisoned following the trial, and Ron was moved to another facility. The officers in the new unit noted his odd behavior right away. The dog, who had previously undergone intense training and discipline, was now totally preoccupied. They disregarded all of the trainer's instructions. Ron was no longer as quick to react as he once was. Refusing to eat, he waited for someone while lying in a kennel corner and keeping his eyes on the door. He showed no interest in the exercises he used to be excellent at, even during training sessions. Reports from the unit shortly after indicated that Ron was no longer suitable for duty. To recondition him, or maybe retire him, several commanders proposed moving him to a training facility. However, Grayson Hayes offered to adopt Ron right away after learning of this. One late afternoon, Grayson went to the training center. Ron lay motionless as he stepped inside. Grayson knelt down and touched the dog's head tenderly. "Do you not recall Enrico?" A trainer nearby shook his head as he spoke softly, as if his words were reaching Ron, who cried and then ran toward the door, scratching at it as if he was frantic to go outside and find something. He has been this way ever since, reacting this way whenever he hears the name Calloway. Grayson had witnessed many dogs that were devoted to their owners, but his gut told him that Ron's actions were much more than simple longing. Ron's reaction was not just about missing Enrico, it was about something deeper, more profound. Grayson had never witnessed a dog act so strangely recently, and since adopting Ron, he had hoped to help him stabilize after the shock of losing his owner, Enrico, but it seemed impossible. Ron was not just grieving, he was waiting for her, as if somehow she would return to him. Grayson initially believed that Ron might simply need time to get used to his new surroundings, but when the food bowl remained untouched for 2 days in a row and the dog merely sat in a corner, staring blankly at the door, Grayson realized something was amiss. Ron also defied all basic training commands that he had previously obeyed without issue. One night, the situation escalated when Ron growled in the darkness, startling Grayson awake at midnight and emitting a deep growl from the living room. Every time he came near, Ron would whine softly and then lower his head to the floor as if he wanted to say something but couldn't. Grayson tried everything, from offering Ron his favorite beef to taking him outside to run around, but nothing changed. He leaped out of bed, picked up the gun from the table, and went outside, where the dim glow of the street filtered through the curtains and illuminated Ron's sleek black coat, and he stood as stiff as a bowstring, his back slightly arched, his ears up in full alertness, his eyes glued to the front door. The street was as quiet as ever, with no shadows lurking in the darkness, but Ron was still tense, staying perfectly still, one paw slightly raised, a sign of heightened vigilance. Grayson held his breath, gripped the gun tightly, and moved stealthily to the window, gently pulling back the curtain to peer outside. But there was nothing. Ron had sensed something that humans could not see or hear, but he saw nothing. Grayson decided he could not let this go on, so he grabbed the leash and clipped it onto Ron's collar, and when he heard the clasp click, Ron leaped to his feet. "Let us go for a walk, buddy. It appears that you have something important to share with me." No longer lethargic, he pulled the leash in the direction of the door, whimpering urgently as though he had been waiting for this moment for ages. As night fell, the city was enveloped in a silent, pitch-black darkness, interrupted only by the dim glow of streetlights spilling onto the damp pavement. Grayson followed Ron, but soon realized that Ron was leading him, not the other way around. The dog accelerated as soon as they left the neighborhood, tugging at the leash, its powerful legs propelling it forward, as though it already knew where they were going. Grayson fought to keep the leash in his grasp, but Ron was stronger than he had anticipated, and it continued to pull forward, its nose constantly sniffing the air. Grayson muttered under his breath, "Ron, slow down," pulling gently on the leash, but Ron ignored him. Its body was trained, tail straight, ears erect, totally focused on something ahead, And then Grayson realized where they were going. A narrow alley close to the crime scene of Brandon Miller, the man Enrico was accused of killing. It was not just aimlessly wandering. This was not a coincidence, Grayson thought as he froze for a moment, his heart thumping. Enrico had been accused of killing Miller here, and now, after days of disturbing behavior, Ron was guiding him back here. He stepped slowly into the dim alley, flicked on his flashlight, and looked around for anything unusual. There were a few broken glass fragments from shattered bottles, some old wooden crates, and some trash scattered about. But as Ron started scratching at the cement floor close to the wall at the end of the alley, Grayson noticed something odd in the light, and he leaned down to pick up a piece of material that had the color and texture of skin. The material was smooth, but not hard, with just enough give, like some kind of biopolymer. Instantly, a chill went down his spine. It felt like human skin, smooth to the touch, but with a slight elasticity. He took a sharp breath, a sense of unease creeping into his chest. He swiftly picked it up for examination, but more than that, a disturbing fear crept into his mind, telling him that Enrico was actually being set up if his suspicions were right. Ron refused to go, its eyes locked on the spot where it had just dug, as though there was something beneath it, and Grayson searched with his hands but could find no more hints. He sighed, got up, grabbed the piece of synthetic material, and dragged Ron out of the alley. Grayson sat at his desk, waiting for the analysis of the odd fragment of material, when he received more bad news. Another murder, this time involving renowned businessman Harvey Donovan. The photo of Harvey Donovan's crime scene was next to the file on Brandon Miller's case, and Grayson's eyes narrowed as he carefully examined every detail, finding that everything was uncannily similar, from the angle of the shot to the location of the body to the arrangement of the crime scene, all lit by the faint shadows cast by his desk lamp. Grayson pressed his hand against his temple, feeling as though an unseen weight was pressing down on his mind. The police had charged Enrico in Miller's case, and this was not just the work of a simple murderer. It appeared to be a signature, a way for the killer to leave a mark. But was it a coincidence or a purposeful pattern? Ron was still lying close to the desk, but no longer in a relaxed state. The dog's ears perked up, its watchful eyes following Grayson closely, and now, as he was attempting to prove her innocence, another murder occurred in precisely the same way. It could not be a coincidence. Someone was purposefully repeating the crime, or worse. It abruptly left its spot, walked to the desk, and sniffed at the pictures. A low growl came from its throat, and then, suddenly, Ron pushed one of the pictures, the close-up of Harvey Donovan's crime scene. Grayson scowled and stooped to follow Ron's gaze, running his fingers over the picture's surface, while his eyes scanned every detail. As Grayson looked more closely, he noticed something strange. A small, almost invisible symbol was drawn on the wall behind Donovan. Faint, as if someone had purposefully wiped it away. At first glance, the crime scene appeared to be a spotless, upscale apartment, unnervingly clean, with Harvey Donovan's body lying motionless in the middle of the living room. Grayson's heart raced as he saw the same anomaly. The exact same symbol appeared on the wall in Miller's apartment, grabbed the picture of Brandon Miller's crime scene, and held it up for comparison. But under the light, he could still make out the shape of a triangle with a line cutting across it. Ron gave a soft bark, as if to confirm his discovery, and scratched lightly at the edge of the desk, its gaze urging Grayson to realize that they were dealing with something much larger than himself. It was not clear, but if one looked closely enough, it was unmistakable. A chill went down his spine. Harvey Donovan was not just any businessman. He had money, political connections, and had done business with Brandon Miller before they were both killed. But the most crucial question was still, who benefited from their deaths? Grayson went back to his desk, opened his laptop, and started looking for any information on cases that displayed similar signs. The dog had seen this before him, and now he could not deny the truth any longer. He searched the police system for hours, but found no reference to the symbol, which only strengthened his conviction that it was an identifying mark, a method of marking a target, or even the killer's signature. He submitted the symbol to the police's image analysis system, comparing it to any symbols that had been used in previous cases, but the system did not find anything that matched. With a furrowed brow, Grayson felt as though he was up against an impenetrable wall, but Ron continued to stare at the pictures on the desk, so Grayson, almost instinctively, leaned down and gave it a gentle head rub. "What have you seen that I haven't, right, Ron?" Then an idea suddenly came to him. If the police database hadn't found the symbol, it might not have been connected to a typical criminal case. Grayson got up quickly, gathered the documents, and looked at Ron, who was still tense. The dog's senses were more acute than any human's, and Grayson knew that its instincts had always been correct. It may belong to a group, an organization that the police had never faced. They might have discovered something far more dangerous than he had thought. He quickly reached for his phone and looked through his contacts before recognizing a name: Ethan Carter. Ethan was an independent investigative journalist who focused on solving mysteries that the police could not solve. If anyone knew anything about these weird symbols, it was him. Taking his coat, Grayson left the office with a heavy heart, knowing that Enrico was only a pawn in a much bigger game if the killer was still out there. Grayson entered the tiny cafe tucked away in the old district, where he was meeting Ethan Carter. In the realm of investigative journalism, Ethan Carter was a familiar figure. A story about a money laundering scheme involving high-ranking police officers nearly cost him his life. Ethan became more circumspect and stayed out of the spotlight, but he still worked in the background, gathering information for those who dared to seek the truth. Ethan was already waiting in a quiet corner, his attention fixed on the laptop screen in front of him, and when Grayson pulled out a chair and sat down, the investigative journalist pointed to an open file, his voice lowering, the streetlights outside casting dim glows on the wet pavement still wet from the night's rain, creating a somber, heavy atmosphere, much like the weight this case was placing on Grayson's shoulders. We were right. Brandon Miller was no ordinary businessman. He had close ties to Black Widow, a shadowy professional assassin organization. Grayson quickly scanned the documents on the screen, and the information revealed that Miller had engaged in a number of dubious financial dealings with unidentified organizations. "We are dealing with something much bigger than a wrongful conviction," Grayson muttered, his expression darkening, because one of them matched the information he had found about Harvey Donovan, the second victim. Grayson's eyes stayed on Ethan's computer screen. Ethan pulled the laptop closer, his fingers swiftly moving over the keyboard, opening another file, and he leaned forward, his voice lowering to a whisper as if he was afraid someone might overhear the numbers, the illegal financial transactions between Brandon Miller and Harvey Donovan. And more frighteningly, it was all directly tied to Black Widow, a professional assassin organization working in the dark. Ethan asked, his eyes still fixed on the screen, "Do you remember the strange symbol you said you found at the crime scene?" Grayson nodded, the image of the symbol still clear in his mind because it had appeared twice at the scenes of Brandon Miller's and Harvey Donovan's murders. Ethan turned the laptop toward him, bringing up a series of images. "I've seen this symbol before. It's not just some random symbol or a killer's signature. It's part of Black Widow's encryption system. This is how they mark their targeted hits, the ones they want to send a message with." Grayson squinted at the images before him, which were various, superficially unrelated assassinations across the world. "Damn it," Grayson mumbled, "so these killings are not random." But there was one disturbing pattern. At every crime scene, a mark resembling the symbol he had discovered appeared. The enigmatic sign appeared on walls, floors, and in some cases, etched into an object near the victim's body. They want someone to know that they are a part of a planned chain of assassinations, Ethan said, nodding. Yes, but why is the most important question. One group that works in the background is Black Widow. They execute expert hits without leaving any evidence behind. However, these symbols are too obvious for their typical aesthetic. What would make them purposefully leave a trace? For a minute, Grayson was silent as he stared at the screen's pictures. The numbers did not add up. These symbols were too obvious, but Black Widow would not have left them behind if they really wanted to blend in. More significantly, they had gone unnoticed by the cops. Grayson's imagination raced to a terrifying idea. His voice trailed off as he tightened his fist on the table. In their investigative findings, the police never made reference to this sign. I have seen it twice, but nobody at the department acknowledged it or added it to the official records. And I am sure someone else has seen it too. At this observation, Ethan became silent. His keen eyes seemed to see beyond the immediate scene as he took a drink of coffee. Do you imply that a member of the police force is aware of these symbols, but is choosing to ignore them? Or worse? Grayson tightened his jaw. Black Widow has a worker in the department. The two of them fell silent. They were facing more than a shady assassination group if Grayson's claim was accurate. In addition, they were up against a traitor in the police department they depended on. Then what about the unusual bit of material Ron directed me to? Is there any connection to the case? Grayson went on, pushing harder. Ethan took another look at the material. Unlike any plastic or silicone he had ever encountered, it was incredibly soft. Its surface reflected oddly in the light, not completely matte, but not glossy either. It was a live substance with a stretch akin to that of human skin, something in between. Squeezing lightly created tiny creases that soon reverted to their original form. Grayson received the material's analytical report from Ethan. It was a type of sophisticated biopolymer, a combination of gel and synthetic tissue that could replicate the texture and temperature of human skin. The mainstream market had never seen this technology. It was undeniably a cutting-edge product due to its extreme complexity and advanced nature. However, what most frightened Grayson was what the forensic specialists discovered. It was possible to engineer this material to adjust to body temperature, making it unnoticeable even when touched, in addition to simulating human skin. Wearing it as a mask would make the user seem like a perfect duplicate of anyone. He developed a horrifying theory as a result of this discovery. It was someone who had made a fake Enrico using this technique. The theory explains why the security cameras captured a flawless picture of her at the scene of the crime. This was no arbitrary frame-up. With technologies well beyond the capabilities of a single person, the investigation was a carefully planned operation. However, one question remained unresolved. Why did the murder weapon have Enrico's fingerprints on it? She would have needed to be very close to the person who stole her prints to create them. Both Grayson and Ethan felt a chill go down their spines at this realization. After the conference, Grayson returned home and stood at his apartment door, holding the envelope he had discovered in his mailbox that morning. There was just a plain piece of paper with the bold, icy words, "Stop now while you can. If not, your dog will be the first to die." There was no sender's address mentioned. He instantly noticed Ron, the canine who was still obediently sitting at his feet and staring up at him with devoted eyes, as if sensing that something was not quite right. His robust body remained unharmed, and his black fur shone in the early sunlight. Grayson's spine tingled with coldness. This letter's existence demonstrated that they were aware of the exact status of his research, and wished to issue a very explicit warning, even if they had not yet launched an attack. They warned that if he did not retreat, there would be repercussions. News from the prison soon follow. The prison abruptly ordered Enrico Calloway, who had just received a death sentence, to expedite her execution date. Usian date. Normal circumstances would allow her to file an appeal, but a high court ruling had stepped in and shortened the process. There was merely a brief notice that her execution would occur within the following 10 days, with no explanation provided. Grayson's eyes darkened as he threw the letter on the table. Now there was no question. From the shadows, someone was yanking the strings of the whole system. Enrico's quiet was not there. They were ready to take any measure necessary to ensure the final resolution of this case. His case. He gave Ron a quick look. Even while the dog remained still by his side, his sharp ears stood up. His body taut as though he could sense his master's. Grayson became aware that the situation was rapidly escalating beyond control. Control. There was a lot of mist in the night, and the streetlights were illuminating the wet road with long, dim lines. Grayson had attempted to track down any leads that might link to the forces behind Enrico's case after receiving the threatening letter, but all of his efforts appeared to have come to a standstill. The feeling of surveillance intensified, but there were no clues as to who was tying the ropes in the darkness. He made the decision to take Ron for a walk in order to flush out the bothersome ideas. At first, the walk was just a straightforward circle of the block. However, Ron soon started acting oddly. With his ears perked up, he pulled on the leash and made his way directly to a well-known alley. It was the same alley where they had found the weird substance earlier. This time, Ron sprang forward without Grayson's hesitation, rapidly sifting through the dirt and rubble on the pavement, as if he had discovered something significant. Grayson noticed a hidden object among the debris and ruins in the flashlight's beam. A black leather glove with dark, dried bloodstains and dust on it. He immediately recognized the bloodstains on its surface as soon as he picked it up. His heart started pounding. The case files did not contain this information. It had been purposefully concealed. This could totally change the course of the case and establish Enrico's innocence if it was a crucial piece of evidence that had been missed. Ron stayed motionless, his eyes keen and focused on the darkness, as if waiting for something, and Grayson swiftly bagged it as proof. Enrico's blood was not on the glove, according to the forensic lab's confirmation. Grayson was shocked to learn the DNA sample's genuine identity, though. On the screen was a name. Once wanted nationwide for his role in a slew of well-planned killings, Jonas Cade was a professional hitman. The fact that Consincade's file was associated with a covert organization Grayson had previously heard of, however, shocked him even more. Widow in Black. Grayson felt the impact of this realization. Kincaid had been there at the site of Brandon Miller's murder, if the blood on the glove was his. Enrico had obviously been set up if Kincaid was the one who had actually committed the murder. Grayson swiftly copied all the lab findings, condensed the files, and exited the lab. He had to provide this proof to Detective Marvin Harrington, who was in charge of Enrico's case. The cops had to intervene right away if this was a real scheme to frame her. With an expression that was impossible to discern, Marvin Harrington accepted the file. Soft yellow light filled his office. The orderly pile of documents on his desk appeared almost too orderly. Harrington opened the file, rapidly going through the contents. "Are you certain of these findings?" There was no trace of surprise or passion in his deep voice. "I never present you with unsubstantiated evidence," Grayson said, firmly. Enrico was under false pretenses if Kincaid was present. Leaning back in his chair, Harrington lightly tapped his fingers on the wooden desk. "Hayes, do you even know what you're doing?" Grayson returned his gaze. "I am fully aware of my challenges, and I am certain that there is someone in the system hiding the facts." There was a thick quiet. The clock's ticking is the only thing that breaks it. Then, without warning, Harrington put the file aside and closed it. I will investigate." He made no promises or affirmations. His response lingered, suspiciously ambiguous. Feeling uneasy, Grayson clenched his hands, but he had no choice but to go as he thought the proof had been turned over to the superiors. Grayson was unaware that Harrington pulled out a lighter and lit the file's corner on fire as soon as the office door closed behind him. The tiny flame spread swiftly, consuming the pages that contained the information Grayson had taken such a great deal of risk to discover. The evidence was destroyed. Harrington was the mastermind behind the most sinister secrets of the city. Although his exact beginnings in the underground were unknown, his convoluted relationships with dubious politicians and businessmen, as well as the secret cash trails in offshore accounts, revealed one unmistakable fact. He was a faithful go-between for Black Widow, the notorious covert assassination group. Harrington was not just trying to hide a murder. To conceal a more sinister secret, he was the one who manipulated the evidence, flipped the case, and made Enrico the scapegoat. Harvey Donovan and Brandon Miller were not merely hapless victims. They had been Black Widow associates until the group exterminated them. And it was Harrington who had the authority, who made sure these executions never happened. Numerous times he had cleaned up after Black Widow. However, Enrico's situation was complicating matters excessively this time. The overlooked hints and mounting suspicions, along with Grayson pushing deeper into the truth, were complicating matters. The discovery of the blood-stained glove could potentially be the final blow to his scheme. But it was difficult to overthrow Harrington. He was prepared to go to any lengths to silence anyone who dared to oppose him, and he knew how to cover his tracks. With his hands buried deep in his coat pockets and his head lowered to avoid the casual looks of onlookers, Grayson strolled slowly down the sidewalk. Nothing was able to relieve the heavy sensation on his chest, even if a chilly air blew through with the smell of the dampness that had lingered from the recent rain. He had done more than simply turn over the material. It served as a test. Harrington would assist in clearing Enrico's name if he was a good man. However, the documents would be deleted if he was the shadowy manipulator, and Grayson would realize that he was in serious danger. Ron followed him closely, taking steady, cautious steps. The dog's ears were still attentive, listening to every sound around them, but it was no longer as nervous as it had been in Harrington's office. Ron had responded strangely to things that no one else could perceive during the probe. As the truth drew nearer, Grayson remained confident that Ron's intuition would warn him before it was too late. Suddenly, his phone buzzed in his pocket. "What on earth are you doing, Ethan? You simply put yourself in danger?" With his lips pulled firmly together, Grayson looked at the TV. He instantly typed a brief response. "I'm curious to find out if he's a real person." His phone rang again in a matter of seconds. When Ethan was anxious, he never remained motionless. His tone was intense, almost frantic. "Have you thought about what you just did?" Ethan almost gave a hiss. "Harrington will not let you get out of there alive if he is the inside man." "I comprehend," Grayson replied concisely. "You did it. Even though you knew, do you realize that the situation is no longer a game of cat and mouse? Black Widow has murdered people for simply getting in their way. How long do you believe you have left if Harrington is one of them?" Grayson stopped talking. He gave Ron a downward glance. The canine's keen eyes focused on the motions surrounding them. Working dogs were the best people to understand survival instincts. Additionally, they still had some time if Ron had not barked or displayed any alarm. However, how much? An hour? A day? They were aware from the beginning. Grayson spoke softly. Ethan stopped on the other end of the telephone. "What are you saying?" "Someone has been after me ever since I started the investigation." Ron's odd responses, the menacing letters, and the eerie people I saw on the street every time I exited the office. They knew right away, even before I gave Harrington the file. They have been aware for a while. Grayson let out a long sigh. Ethan, I must be certain. I will understand Harrington's behavior as soon as he receives the file, provided that he is indeed the inside man. Before responding, Grayson paused his stride to observe who would approach me first. Ron halted abruptly. The dog stiffened, its ears perked up, and its gaze focused on a nearby parked automobile. Despite the tinted windows, Grayson could sense the concentrated stare coming from inside. A shiver went through his body. He yanked Ron's leash tight and hurried off toward a nearby alley without further word. He would not allow anyone to hit first if they were looking. The only light in Harrington's office, meanwhile, came from the tiny flame that was slowly eating away at the edges of the file on the desk. As the papers burnt away, Marvin Harrington reclined in his chair. The words are becoming ashy. He did not appear anxious or in a rush. It was all playing out exactly how he had expected. Grayson Hayes had become too near to reality. The desk phone vibrated, and an unidentified number appeared on the screen. Without saying hello, Harrington took up the phone and held it up to his ear. He is dubious. On the other end, a low voice spoke. I know, said Harrington, but it does not matter anymore. There was a momentary silence. The voice went on. What comes next, then? Harrington gazed at the desk's leftover ash. His eyes were cold in the dark. Take him out. Grayson gripped the driving wheel tightly as he drove slowly down the empty road under the city's dull streetlights. It was a feeling he had all too familiarized himself with since adopting Ron. However, the uneasiness was more ingrained this time than it had ever been. What they had discovered was more than a hint. It posed a direct threat to Black Widow, a well-known covert assassination group. Not only were they killing for financial gain, but they also had strong defenders within the system who would do anything to conceal their crimes. Grayson was not alone. Ron stood up straight in the passenger seat, his ears alert, his piercing eyes fixated as if he too had scented the threat. With only the sound of the engine resonating through in the deserted streets, the tension inside the automobile was palpable. However, a startling sound broke the quiet. Abruptly, from behind, a black SUV surged forward at a strange pace. Grayson immediately sensed that something was amiss. The glass of the SUV slipped down, revealing a rifle barrel. He slammed his foot on the gas pedal and mumbled, "Shit!" But it was too late. A volley of gunfire ripped through the atmosphere, breaking the rear window. Sharp glass fragments flew all around the vehicle. Ron ducked low to the car's floor in a second, but his gaze was still focused on the SUV behind them. The chasers persisted even after Grayson gave a sharp pull of the wheel, causing the car to tilt as he drove into a small alley. They fired again, maintaining a close pursuit. Bullets splintered in the darkness as they hit the pavement inches from the vehicle. Having no other option, Grayson turned abruptly into a smaller side street in the hopes of avoiding them. However, the SUV accelerated again just before he could, catching up to him. The sound was loud as the tires squealed against the road. Grayson was aware that neither he nor Ron would survive a corner. Then an unforeseen event occurred. Without thinking, Ron sprang onto the passenger seat and sprang for the driving wheel. Grayson realized its purpose in that instant. With clenched teeth, he whirled the wheel in the direction that Ron had pressed. The SUV had to move to the shoulder of the road after the vehicle made a sudden swerve. What was really amazing, though, was that Ron continued. It growled ferociously and leaped toward the car's window, perhaps daring the enemy to approach. The SUV's occupant hesitated for a single fleeting moment. But Grayson only needed that. He applied the brakes firmly. He was able to twist the wheel and glide through an even tighter alley as the automobile slid, leaving barely enough room. However, a bullet slashed through the air and grazed Ron's back before they could completely escape. The room reverberated with the dog's agonizing bark. "Ron!" Grayson yelled, his eyes wide as he saw Ron's body sway a little, but it stood erect, its eyes still shining with resolve in spite of the pain. No time to examine the wound was available. In order to escape the alley before the assailants could react, Grayson gripped the wheel more tightly. The tire squealing continued behind them. They were still going strong. Grayson slammed the pedal, propelling the automobile forward. However, he abruptly switched off the headlights at a fork in the road and veered sharply into an empty parking lot rather than continue. The car moved soundlessly into the darkness, blending in among the rusty, ancient cars. Holding his breath, Grayson immediately cut the engine. They went unnoticed as the SUV raced by. Grayson could not dare release his breath until the enemy's engine sounded far away. He glanced across to Ron. The dog's eyes were still keen, but it was panting furiously. Thankfully, the wound was not serious, but a line of blood trickled down its front leg. Grayson gently placed his hand on Ron's head and felt its powerful breath against his palm. "Well done, old friend," he muttered. Grayson whispered, "You are one tough dog, old friend," and gently put Ron in the back seat. "We need to get you to a clinic right away." He examined the wound rapidly. Even though the bullet did not penetrate deeply into Ron's shoulder, it nonetheless produced bleeding and, if left untreated, may induce infection. Ron gave him a glance devoid of fear or grief. With its ears still perked up as though it were still alert for danger, it just panted. Grayson made a snap decision. He turned on the ignition and left the empty parking lot. There was only one notion in his mind. Take Ron to the veterinarian right now. Although steady, the dog's breath was heavier than normal. The trace of blood from the wound left a tiny crimson track across its otherwise jet-black fur, discoloring its thick coat. Under the fur, Grayson sensed the tenseness in Ron's muscles, as though the wound had not affected its ability to fight. As though it did not want to stop or give up. Its dark brown eyes stayed vigilant despite the slight trembling of its paws. Silently, Grayson clenched his fists in admiration of its tenacity. All of his instincts told him that they had to have Ron treated right now. The expression in Ron's eyes, however, was the most painful thing for him. Nor suffering, nor terror, but unwavering resolve. It seemed as though Ron was more concerned with carrying out the unfinished task of continuing to look for Enrico than with the wound. With his fingers grasping the steering wheel and his mind racing with fury and anxiety, he drove faster than normal. Both of them may have died in that alley today if Ron had not charged at the adversary. However, those folks did not give a damn. They were prepared to kill anyone who dared approach the truth, and they did not even hesitate to draw the trigger. And now the first to suffer the consequences was Ron, the most devoted dog he had ever encountered. Grayson's eyes darkened, his teeth clenched at the thought. Grayson was familiar with the small veterinary clinic when the automobile came to a stop. He trusted this doctor, Lisa, a seasoned professional who had served in law enforcement before turning to veterinary medicine. Grayson hurriedly grabbed Ron out of the car as the door opened and made his way into the clinic. When Lisa, who had been cleaning up after surgery, turned around and saw Ron's condition, her eyes widened. She gestured for him to put the dog on the examining table without question. Grayson put Ron down softly, his hand automatically grazing its head. It was serene despite the damage, breathing deeply and having its ears pricked up as though it were listening for any sounds in its surroundings. Lisa stooped to look at the injury, her deft fingers working swiftly yet cautiously. She remarked gravely, "A bullet grazed the front shoulder." Fortunately, no bones or important organs were struck, although the muscle is severely shredded. It may become infected or require surgery and sutures. Grayson nodded while keeping his eyes fixed on Ron. Even though the dog was motionless on the table, Grayson could sense the strain in each breath it made. With her hands moving lightly over Ron's body, Lisa carried on with her examination, checking for any other wounds. She mumbled, "It is a strong dog." Grayson's lips formed a fleeting smile, but it barely concealed his worry as he said, "But you know, no matter how strong, it still requires care." "I understand." With his hand resting on its back and feeling its warmth beneath the thick fur, he took a seat beside Ron. His head was instantly filled with memories. He had witnessed Enrico train Ron in the past, showing him how she could command it with a simple gesture or glance rather than numerous words. Enrico was always easier for Ron to understand. Nothing could ever fully replace the relationship of complete trust that existed between them, which went beyond that of a handler and a working dog. Enrico was no longer present with it. Ron continued to look for her, though. It persisted. It remembered Enrico. To start suturing the wound, Lisa prepared a mild anesthetic and injected it into Ron's front leg. Grayson sighed, his palm gliding over its head again, and Ron continued to gaze at him calmly before its eyes closed, as though to say, "I am okay, do not worry." The procedure took roughly 45 minutes. "You really are stubborn, old friend." Lisa completed each stitch precisely while working swiftly. Grayson remained there the whole time, never moving. In his profession, he had witnessed far too many people collapse. However, he felt more powerless and angry than ever when he saw Ron on the operation table with a wound on its shoulder. Upon finishing, Lisa took off her gloves and faced him. "I have taken every possible action. It will take time for the wound to heal. For at least a week, avoid strenuous activity." Grayson nodded while continuing to stare at Ron, who was gradually waking up from the anesthesia. Its brown eyes opened slowly, sluggishly, yet with alertness, and its respiration had stabilized. Grayson reached down and touched its head tenderly. "You will be all right." Ron tried to move, but the damage made it impossible. However, rather than displaying weakness, it merely gave Grayson's hand a quick lick, seemingly to reassure him. Lisa sighed as she saw them. With his eyes colder than ever, Grayson glanced up at her and asked, "You will not stop, will you?" "I am unable to." After a little period of silence, Lisa nodded. "Enrico is still in prison, and they will not stop until everything is exposed." Grayson dropped his head and gingerly lifted Ron, saying, "Then stay safe, and do not let it harm you again." Although his arm was motionless, a maelstrom raged inside. They had threatened to kill Ron if he went ahead with the probe, and that warning has now come to pass. However, they were terribly mistaken if they believed that this would cause him to stop. He hurried out of the clinic, made his way to the car, opened the door, and settled Ron in the back seat. The dog still needed to sleep, but he was more alert now. With a sigh, Grayson gazed up at the night sky full of stars, his eyes shining with determination. "We cannot stop yet, my buddy." Grayson sat calmly at his desk, staring at the jumbled documents in front of him in the temporary office's dull light. Slowly, the lines of numbers and words combined to create a terrifying image. A huge, covert network of corruption that manipulated not just Enrico's case, but numerous other homicides. Ethan sat opposite him, tapping rapidly on the laptop's keyboard as he attempted to follow the enigmatic financial transactions they had just discovered. A terrible reality emerged as a result of mysterious sums of money, offshore accounts, and the recurrent appearance of the same people on the list of receivers. Ethan's voice was low but tight as he looked up. "This is more than simply a personal assault. People with actual power are in charge of this professional killing machine. Austin Vaughn, the deputy chief of police, is in charge of this network." It did not surprise Grayson. There were too many instances of the name Vaughn in the records for it to be a coincidence. The scope of his power, however, infuriated him. A man behind a professional hitman organization who ought to have been defending justice. Like a portion of a hit contract that was skillfully veiled as funding or an investment in dubious funds, the money that was moved into Vaughn's accounts invariably showed up either before or after the assassinations. This clarified how Black Widow was able to function for such a long time undetected. They were not merely hired murderers. They were a part of a bigger, more potent machine that was doing the heavy lifting. Grayson's eyes darkened as he grasped the paper in his palm. He is more than just a member of this network. The person at the top is him. Ethan nodded and went back to looking through the list of people who were participating. Vaughn, however, is not working alone. To keep everything organized, he needs a system. People like Marvin Harrington can help with that. The person who had supervised the entire Enrico case investigation and asserted that the evidence against her was indisputable was Detective Marvin Harrington. In order to prevent anyone from discovering any weaknesses in the case, he had twisted everything, and now he was obviously on the list of recipients of Black Widow's funds. Grayson remembered the moment he gave Harrington the bloodied glove, and a flood of rage swept through his chest. He had thought at the time that such indisputable proof would compel a reopening of the case. Harrington had certainly wrecked it now. He had gone to considerable measures to conceal the case since he could not afford anything to go in Vaughn's way. With a solemn tone, Ethan handed him a forensic report. However, he is unaware of something. A portion of the glove is still with us. Gazing at the report, Grayson gazed. He had carefully cut a little piece from the glove and transmitted it to a separate lab before giving Harrington the proof. The findings supported his suspicions. Its blood belonged to a murderer on the run, someone who was closely associated with Black Widow. In addition to demonstrating that, Enrico's case had been fabricated. This was a critical piece of evidence that could reveal the entire structure that supported it. With his fingers clenched until his knuckles were white, Grayson inhaled deeply. Harrington is unaware that we still have the proof, but he believes he has eliminated all traces. With a trace of doubt in his eyes, Ethan gazed at him intently. How will you respond? Grayson took a while to respond. He turned to face Ron, the dog still resting peacefully beside them, its keen eyes observing everything that happened in the room. Unconsciously, Grayson recalled all the times Ron had assisted them in locating hints, from the bleeding glove and the moment it rescued him from assailants to dragging him to the alley, where they found the odd piece of mask. Black Widow probably would have wiped them out long ago if it were not for Ron. Ron was more than a work dog. He truly was a team player. Grayson started formulating a plan. He was aware of Harrington's belief that he was still safe because all the proof had perished. However, that was his worst flaw. A man gets reckless when he believes he has nothing else to conceal. At that point, Grayson would attack. With a forceful voice, he got up and carried the forensic report with him. We are not going to go straight to Vaughn. He's too smart to fall for an easy trap. Harrington, however, is unique. He is unaware of his vulnerability and is merely a pawn. He will do something wrong if we corner him. A sense of uneasiness weighed heavily on Grayson's shoulders as he emerged from his temporary workplace. He and Ron had pursued every avenue they could uncover to establish Enrico's innocence during the last few days. Still, everything seemed to be missing pieces of a puzzle, but there was no time for despondency. Enrico was getting closer to the day of her death by the second, and the forces behind her case were too strong. Then, on a clear day, a shock struck like a thunderclap. There had been another assassination, and this time the victim was a well-known politician, a senator who had a significant say in investigations into corruption. But it was the fact that all the evidence pointed directly at Grayson that stunned him into silence. Security cameras captured him in the vicinity of the crime site. The murder weapon bore his fingerprints, and a witness even reported seeing him leave the scene immediately following the murder. Everything was precisely the same as Enrico's experience. It was no longer only a frame-up. A concealed hand was pulling all the strings in this well-planned hunt. Grayson knew he had to go when the police broke into his house. With Ron at his side, its eyes wide with attention, he ran out the rear door. The police SUV's headlights swept across the street corner, blocking the road ahead. Agents with guns poured in, blocking any escape routes. Grayson whistled sharply without hesitation. He and Ron had been using the signal on perilous missions for years. The dog immediately ran onto a low wall nearby, leaped to his feet, and turned to face him, its eyes beckoning him to follow. Grayson did the same without hesitation, grabbing the wall's edge and scrambling over. Ron was waiting, preparing for the next move, when he landed on the other side. Immediately, with the sound of police footsteps following closely behind, they ran into a dark alley. With the entire police force pursuing him, it was difficult to run across the city. However, Grayson was aware of his edge. Ron. Ron, in contrast to humans, has a tremendous survival sense that allowed him to recognize danger before it materialized. And right now, the dog was his second pair of eyes. Grayson's thoughts were racing against time as he attempted to control his breathing. He needed a clear direction. He could not just keep running. He had to locate a secure hiding place where he could reverse the situation. However, Ron abruptly halted as he was trying to think of his next move, its nose probing the air around them and its ears perked up. Grayson muttered, "What is up, boy?" But Ron did not answer. It simply remained motionless before suddenly taking off in a completely different direction. After a brief moment of hesitation, Grayson chose to follow the dog's intuition. He let his feet take him in time with Ron's stride and followed it. They rushed past empty parking lots and through little alleys before coming to a halt in front of an abandoned warehouse. As if to let Grayson know that this was the location they had been looking for, Ron gave a little bark and then clawed at the rusty metal door. The door creaked in the dark as Grayson pushed it gently. The smell of burning plastic, chemicals, and engine oil permeated the heavy, dense air inside. The area was huge, with a wide array of equipment visible through the low light coming from ceiling fissures. And something stopped him dead in his tracks in the middle, a metal table with biological masks and a row of advanced machines. Grayson took a step forward, his gaze fixed on the elaborate masks. These were all expertly designed. The facial features were so realistic that they were nearly frightening. The sight of his own face replicated on one of those masks, however, was more chilling than anything else. He did not require further proof. Black Widow had framed Enrico in this way, and now they were trapping him with the same ruse. It was someone who had put on this biological disguise, posed as him, and killed him. Then Ron growled, and Grayson jumped. With its gaze focused on a shadowy area of the warehouse, the dog retreated. He heard something faint, a faintly audible, nearly imperceptible footstep. With haste, Grayson pulled his gun from his hip and pointed it at the shadowy corner while holding his breath. "If you do not want me to shoot you right here, come out." His tone was sharp and low. There was no answer, but then a shadow slithered toward the back door through a hole in the metal cabinet. Grayson fired a warning shot without hesitation. The figure had to halt when the bullet struck the wall only a few inches away. Slowly, the man turned to Grayson and lifted his hands. His face was half-shadowed and half-lit in the low light, and he was wearing a sweatshirt. The man knew exactly who he was, but Grayson did not know. His voice was brimming with derision as he grinned. The man abruptly hurled something to the ground before Grayson could respond, saying, "You should not have come here, Hayes." A grenade of smoke. Suddenly, white smoke rose and covered the whole room. The man took advantage of the cover and ran away. Ron let out a loud bark and attempted to follow him, but Grayson restrained him. The man was gone, but the evidence he left behind remained. Grayson's gaze fell to the table where the biological masks lay still, and he knew that at last he had the proof to uncover the truth. He gazed down at Ron, the dog still growling wearily. Grayson knelt, caressing him softly on the head. "You saved me again, old friend," he whispered. "But this wasn't finished. If they had gone so far as to construct these masks to set him up, then the people behind this were certainly plotting something even worse." Grayson clenched his fist. Grayson and Ethan were looking for clues outside, while Enrico, the falsely accused police officer, was fighting a battle of her own inside the prison walls. The battle was not yet over, but at least he was not alone this time. Ron had brought him here, and he was confident the dog would lead him to the ultimate truth. The cold was dark. Enrico Calloway sat quietly on the rigid metal bed, 4 walls of her cell, the air almost suffocating with the smell of mold, rusted metal, and sweat. The harsh yellow light from the overhead bulb casting reflections on the bars in front. Of her, casting long, wavering shadows on the cement floor. Time in prison did not flow like it should, and there were only 2 time frames. The waking hours of captivity, when the bitter truth played like a broken record in her mind, and the restless, nightmare-filled sleeps. Enrico did not fear death, but she feared injustice. How many days had passed since she was brought here? She could not remember anymore. She was a pawn to be sacrificed in a game she never imagined being a part of, and no one questioned the perfect evidence against her. She had dedicated her life to fighting for justice and believed in the legal system, but now the very system she had once defended had abandoned her and cornered her with a death sentence. However, not everyone had turned away. One person, Ron, was still resisting, refusing to let her be taken without a fight. Enrico closed her eyes gently at the thought of him, her hands automatically clutching the thin, frayed blanket. But she could not shake the vision of Ron being hauled out of the courtroom, his barking resonating in the air, full of anger and desperation. Ron was the only one who knew she was innocent, and that thought hurt more than anything else. Where was her dog now? Was he being treated well, or had he been taken from the K9 unit and locked away in some unknown place? Enrico had never feared for herself, but he would not accept this sentence, just as she would not accept being framed. She feared for Ron, though, because he was more than just a dog. He was a warrior, a friend, and an indispensable part of her life. She recalled the early days of training Ron, when he was a lively puppy with bright, intelligent eyes and an unwavering loyalty, and she had embraced him, patted his head, and given him a treat the day he passed his first evidence search test. The idea that Ron might be alone, confused, or worse, abandoned, made Enrico want to scream. She recalled how proud he had looked, wagging his tail so hard that he almost knocked over her coffee cup on the table. But now, who would pat Ron on the head when it finished a task? Well, who would tell him that he was the best dog in the world? Number said, "It cannot be like that." She did not think Ron would be left behind, but she was afraid that the people involved in this case would not let him go alone because they knew Ron was her last link to the truth. Would they allow Ron to live if they were able to kill Enrico? The thought of Ron imprisoned in an unfamiliar cage made her heart ache. Enrico clenched her fists. She could not let that happen. She imagined him standing at the bars of the cage, his golden eyes staring out, waiting for her to return. But she would not be able to unless she found a way out of here. No one cared for him. No one understood that he was hurting, apart from her. No matter how everything seemed to be against her, she had to find a way to fight. She could not let her life be taken unfairly. But more than that, she could not leave Ron alone in this world, could not let him suffer the loss of the only person he trusted. She took a deep breath, trying to find clarity in her thoughts. If there was one thing she had learned in her years as a police officer, it was that, given enough time, there was always a way to turn the tables and a loophole. She needed to figure out how to claim it because, although no one might think she was innocent, there was one person standing up for her. Enrico knew she could not give up. She had a dog, a faithful friend, and she also owed it to Ron and herself. The cell was dark, blotting out the little light from the hallway outside. Enrico lay motionless on the cold metal bed, her eyes wide open, gazing at the cracked ceiling. Since her confinement, Enrico had counted every day and every hour. After being charged with a crime she did not commit, she realized that sometimes the truth did not matter. As much as what the powerful wanted people to believe, and the long nights in the cell had turned into an endless nightmare. She had once believed in justice, that the system she served would never turn its back on someone like her. Enrico had no teammates to confide in, or anyone to defend her. But she could not help but think about Ron, her K9, the only person who had never abandoned her, no matter how the world turned its back on her. She wondered if he was being cared for, or if he was locked away in a cage somewhere, feeling as alone and bewildered as she was at the moment. Enrico tried to push herself to sleep, but her thoughts kept returning to Ron, the times they had worked together, the times Ron had forewarned her before danger arrived, and the thought of Ron here made her more vigilant than ever. If Ron were here, he would undoubtedly be barking, preventing anyone from approaching her without a valid reason. Enrico snapped out of her reverie when the cell door opened and one of the guards pushed a food tray through the narrow opening in the bars. Enrico looked at the tray as she always did. A plastic cup of clear water, a bowl of cold soup, and a piece of stale bread. It had been a while since she had given much thought to the taste of prison food. On this particular day, however, she hesitated, a vague unease creeping over her like Ron's instinct when he sensed an invisible danger. Enrico picked up the tray and stared at the soup for a long time. Not hungry, but the fatigue of overthinking reminded her to eat a little to keep her strength up. At that moment, a voice broke the silence. Enrico looked at Martha, the woman in the bed next to hers, and saw that she was staring at her tray. Enrico shrugged and set down the spoon, thinking that she was not hungry. Martha narrowed her eyes, and then abruptly reached out and grabbed the tray, saying, "Well, I will take it then." Without waiting for a response, Martha grabbed the soup bowl and took a large gulp. Enrico silently protested, watching the woman chew the bread as though it were her last meal, and perhaps it was. But a few minutes later, Martha started coughing, lightly at first, but then so violently that it made her double over, hands gripping her throat. Enrico knew something was wrong right away. "Martha?" She leapt to her feet and stepped closer, but Martha did not respond. Her face turned pale, her eyes widened with fear as she struggled to breathe, and then she collapsed to the ground, frothing at her mouth and convulsing violently. Enrico froze, her heart pounding as she gazed at the food that had spilled all over the floor. What was happening? The guard's voice was cold, and Enrico stared at Martha's lifeless body before slowly turning her attention to the food tray still strewn on the floor. Outside, footsteps echoed quickly, and the guards hurried in after hearing the noise. One of them leaned down to check Martha's pulse, then turned to glare at Enrico suspiciously. Enrico felt cold. It should have been her. Enrico swallowed hard, taking a deep breath to regain her composure. She looked straight at the guard, her voice firm but low, and said, "I do not know." Then, all of a sudden, the guard looked at the other inmates, and then gave the order for the medical staff to remove Martha's body. Enrico stood motionless, fear weighing heavily on her chest. This was no coincidence, nor was it an accident. Someone had attempted to murder her. But who and why? No, she did not have to ask that question. She already knew the answer. Someone out there. Perhaps Vaughn, Harrington, or both wanted her dead before she could prove her innocence. Enrico could not help but think of her dog, Ron. If they wanted her silenced, would they find a way to silence Ron as well? Enrico's heart raced at the thought. Ron had always been there to protect her, and now, even though he was not with her, it felt like he was saving her again. If she had not been thinking about Ron, she would not have eaten that food. She clenched her fists. They believed that she was weak, and that being imprisoned here would make her an effortless target. But they were mistaken. Enrico looked out through the bars, past the prison's endless hallway. She inhaled deeply and mentally told herself, "I will not let them win." Standing in the darkened office with shadows over his tense face, Marvin Harrington sat still at his desk and slowly turned the pages of the Enrico Calloway case file. He had carefully fabricated every word and image in the file to frame her, but now everything was beginning to fall apart. Austin Vaughn's low voice came through the receiver. No greeting, just business. The situation has gotten bad. Calloway is still alive, and Grayson has discovered something that could change the case. Harrington took a deep breath and answered, trying to keep his composure, as the phone on the desk suddenly vibrated. He looked at the screen and knew right away who was calling. Even though he had expected this, Harrington held his breath as he heard Vaughn affirm it. "What evidence?" With a dry voice, Harrington questioned, "A printer for biological masks?" Vaughn clenched his jaw. He discovered the manufacturing facility, and if he can link it to the killings, all of our plans will fall apart. He can prove Enrico Calloway was framed. Harrington's heart began to race, and he realized how serious this was. If Grayson revealed this evidence, not only would Vaughn be investigated, but he would as well, exposing years of evidence manipulation and the Black Widow's tracks. "What do we do?" Trying to maintain a steady tone, he asked. "Clean it up," Vaughn said slowly, each word cutting through the air like a cold knife. "Calloway must die now." Harrington's knuckles whitened as he tightened his grip on the phone. He knew Enrico had to die, but he didn't expect it to happen so soon. Vaughn was growing impatient. "I have tried twice already," Harrington said slowly, referring to the poisoning of Enrico's food and the fictitious fight in prison where she was supposed to have died. The original plan had been to keep her behind bars long enough for the case to be forgotten, then stage an accident or some unusual death. But she is too careful. "Then do not give her a chance," Van said abruptly. "We need to bring up her execution. I have taken care of everything. Enrico Calloway's execution will take place within the next 3 days." Harrington scowled. "It will not be so simple. There are protocols to adhere to. Do you believe I have not taken that into consideration?" With a hint of threat in his voice, Van interrupted. "We have the go-ahead after I spoke with prison officials. Why? People view her as a possible danger. She is a murderer who is not worthy of another day." Harrington inhaled profoundly. He was forced to follow Vaughn's lead, as he consistently kept one step ahead. But he sensed that something was not quite right, even with the plan written out flawlessly. "And Grayson?" he inquired. Vaughn gave a somber laugh. "He will not have time, but he may have the proof. All we have to do is outpace him in speed." Harrington's thoughts were racing when he went silent. If everything proceeded as planned, Grayson would have killed Enrico Calloway before he could present his proof. But if Grayson managed to halt the execution, what if anything went wrong? With a note of derision in his voice, Vaughn questioned, "Are you worried?" Harrington's fist tightened. Van responded, "Then do it," and disconnected before Harrington could utter another word. Number. I will handle it. He let out a long sigh and set the phone down on the desk. He had participated in innumerable plots, but this time he felt a strange uneasiness. It has never been simple to target Calloway. She had survived earlier. Attempts on her life. And Grayson sensed that man would not give up easily. Rising, he left the office and made his way to another room in the police station. He could regulate the information about Enrico there. He had to ensure that everything went according to plan. Harrington was focused on how to get rid of Enrico before it was too late, but he was unaware that Grayson was fighting alongside him and that time was running out on the other side. With his keen intuition, Ron was already searching for the truth. Additionally, this police dog would not stop when he smelled danger. Enrico sat with her fists clenched around her knees in the corner of the little cage, staring at the icy, dead wall. She learned of the plan to hurry up her execution through the guards' whispered chats. She was aware that the legal system had not made this judgment at random. To hide all the evidence, it was a setup, a forced death. In an attempt to stay focused, Enrico inhaled deeply. She was aware that waiting for a miracle was no longer an option. Nobody was able to save her. Grayson may be looking into it, but she would be dead by the time he found out if she did not do something. The one person who had ever trusted her, Ron, sprang to mind. As she was being carried out of the courtroom, she could picture him growling angrily, his deep, agonizing growls resonating in her ears. She was unable to abandon him. She had to live to see Ron again because he was still out there. She needed to get away. For days, Enrico had been observing the guards, learning their patrol routes, the security cameras' blind spots, and every tiny gap, no matter how tiny. However, it took more than patience to break out of a maximum security prison. She required pandemonium. Her gaze swept over the other prisoners as she peered through the bars. While some were innocuous, others were prepared to provoke violence if given the proper justification. She used to be a police officer. She was aware of the way caged animals think. Enrico got up and walked up to a group of inmates huddled in the holding area's corner. After inhaling deeply, she pushed one of them. She knew a big, heavily tattooed man who was constantly seeking conflict. He snarled, "Get out of the way." Enrico refused to give up. She responded, calmly but provocatively, "I heard you are only good at intimidating those weaker than you." Immediately after, Enrico dodged to the side, the hit missing her and only infuriating him. This was it. Enrico ran to the exit, dodging punches and weaving through the prisoners trapped in their struggles as the other inmates turned their heads, realizing something was about to happen. A second later, the entire area erupted into chaos. Guards shouted, alarms blared throughout the prison, and the cell doors swung open for the security forces to intervene. She took advantage of the confusion to approach the hallway that led outside. But before she could get past the guard who lunged to block her path, Enrico punched him in the throat and swiftly grabbed the security badge from his belt. Without pausing, she smashed through the door, slammed into another hallway, and headed directly for the prison parking lot. Enrico saw a police car parked nearby, the door still open, a cop stepping out. Enrico had no choice but to charge, kicking the officer in the knee, sending him crumpling to the ground as headlights swept across the area outside, alarms reverberated through the air, and police sirens screamed in the distance, alerting the patrol team. She jumped into the driver's seat without thinking, yanked the gear shift, and slammed the accelerator, and the car roared to life, racing through the gates as bullets rang out behind her. She needed an escape route, but she knew she could not run far because the police would find her no matter what. Grayson's phone buzzed as he was going through some files across. Town and a close informant told him that Enrico had escaped from prison. His heart raced, knowing that Enrico had realized they were going to kill her and that she had no choice but to run. But if she did so without a good plan, the police would catch her again, or worse, They would kill her the moment they arrived. She clutched the steering wheel, her heart thumping in her chest, and her eyes darted to the rear-view mirror, where the flashing red lights of the police were barely visible in the distance, catching up to her with terrifying speed. Grayson jumped to his feet, looking over at Ron, who appeared equally tense, as if sensing something was amiss. "We have to go now," Grayson said, quickly gathering the files. Back to Enrico's escape. The cop car sped down the dark road, the trees lining the sides blurring past like ghostly shadows, the siren blaring, the quiet of the suburbs broken. Cold sweat ran down her temples, but she could not stop. There was no turning back. This was her only chance to save her life. If she was caught this time, there would be no chance to clear her name. Her instincts screamed as she tried to calculate, searching for a potential escape route, but before she could do so, the blinding headlights from ahead forced her to squint. Enrico gritted her teeth and slammed the brakes, and the tires screeched, sliding across the asphalt with an agonizing sound. An SUV blocked the road ahead, cutting off the only means of escape. A familiar sound reverberated through the night, followed by a bark. Enrico whipped around, her heart tightening as she saw the familiar figures at the end of the street. Grayson was standing there, and right beside him was Ron. She knew this would not be an easy confrontation, so she gripped her gun at her side. She could not believe what she saw. Despite the chase and all the chaos, one thing stayed the same. Ron was still there, still trusting her, still prepared to protect her as he had from the beginning. The dog barked loudly, his eyes bright in the dark, his tail wagging slightly, but his body taut it's ready to leap into action at any moment. Enrico felt an intense surge of emotion in her chest, wanting to run to them, to embrace Ron, and to hear Grayson reassure her that everything would be okay. However, the harsh reality was much harsher, with police cars encircling her from all sides, headlights sweeping across the road, and the officers' stern voices crackling through loudspeakers. "Enrico Calloway, drop your weapon and lift your hands." Enrico froze, despair weighing down on her. Freedom had been so near, yet so far away. Ron continued to bark, straining to escape Grayson's hold, as though he thought he could run to her and rescue her. She could not leave here. Not now. Enrico understood. She took a slow step back, her eyes lingering on Grayson and Ron one last time, a slight nod, an unspoken signal that only he would understand. "Go." Grayson was tense, his gaze briefly locking with Enrico's, as if he were silently promising he would not let her go alone. Grayson clenched his fist, knowing that she did not want him to put himself in danger, did not want Ron hurt. But he also saw a promise in that look that this was not the end. Enrico raised her hands, her eyes still on her faithful dog, and Ron let out a louder bark, his legs freezing as he saw the officers rush toward her, slapping the handcuffs on and restraining her. Ron struggled to break free, as if his little heart could not accept the fact that Enrico was being taken from him once more. Enrico closed her eyes and took a deep breath. She did not know what fate awaited her, but one thing she was certain of was that Grayson had to hold Ron back, his hand gripping the dog's collar, but he could not stop the painful whine that escaped the animal. No, this was not the end. If they wanted to bury Enrico, he would be the one to bring her back into the light, and this time he would not let her fight alone. Grayson clenched his fist, watching Enrico's figure fade behind the police cars. Ron would continue to fight for her in his own way. Enrico had expected to be taken back to the prison, but when the handcuffs tightened around her wrists and the police dragged her off the street, she realized that the destination was not the prison, but a different, quieter, darker road. And she felt a little uneasy, but she remained calm because they had not read the arrest warrant or told anyone she had been taken. The car drove through deserted streets outside the city limits, and Enrico looked out the window, trying to recall every sign on the road. The dim light from the broken streetlights flickering across her face, reflecting in her cold eyes, knowing that this was not a formal arrest, and that what lay ahead was nothing like what she had known in jail. The car finally came to a stop in front of an old industrial area, where the dim lights from a few broken street lamps only added to the eerie atmosphere. The door opened, and one of the officers yanked Enrico out from the prison. Enrico did not fight, but her eyes darted around, searching for any chance to get out. It was not a police station. It was not a prison. It was a secret place where people could disappear without anyone ever knowing. A deep voice said, "Take her inside." Enrico instantly recognized the voice. Austin Vaughn. She was pushed into an abandoned warehouse where the only light was a single hanging bulb that cast shadows over the filthy concrete floor. "Calloway," he murmured in a low, amused voice, "you have impressed me." Vaughn stood next to an old iron table in the middle of the room, wearing a fitted suit and wearing a little calculating smile. Enrico only stared at him with icy, piercing eyes, rather than replying, "Very few people can escape from prison and still live to be apprehended again." Vaughn moved closer, putting both hands on the table and looking at her with a hint of interest. "What do you know?" He did not need her to respond. He only wanted to demonstrate his dominance. Enrico grinned and said, "I do not know what you are talking about." Vaughn laughed, but his eyes did not light up as he questioned in a calm, yet menacing tone. He motioned for one of his men to come forward and force Enrico to sit in a chair, while another man tied her hands to the armrests with thick ropes, tightening them until her skin turned raw. "You have been digging into things that do not belong to you," Vaughn went on, pacing around Enrico like a predator, eyeing its prey. "You see, I really like people with strong wills, but even the strongest have limits. Grayson and your dog have also been searching through evidence, and I am sure you are aware of what they discovered." Enrico remained silent, but her stomach turned. They knew Grayson was pursuing her, and while she was not scared for herself, she had braced herself for the worst. If Vaughn was aware of Grayson, it meant he was also in danger. Enrico narrowed her eyes, a shiver running down her spine, and Vaughn tilted his head as if reading her thoughts. "You're thinking about Grayson and your loyal dog, are not you? I have been thinking about them too. But unlike you, I know how to end this." And Ron, her loyal dog, was still out there fighting to clear her name. The thought of it made her stronger. Van went on, his voice lowering. "This is how it ends. You will tell me everything you know. You will help me clean up the mess you have made. If not," he said, pausing to let the words sink in, "tomorrow will be your last day." Enrico knew this was no mere threat, and Vaughn had the authority to immediately demand her execution. He would kill her without hesitation if he could not use threats to silence her. She looked up into his eyes and said, "You can kill me, but you will not be able to kill the truth." Van looked at her for a long time before laughing once more. "Do you really think justice will win?" Calloway asked, leaning down and whispering. Enrico did not answer. She did not have to. She knew that no matter how hard Vaughn tried to put her in jail, no matter how near the edge she was, there was one person who would never give up. Ron. Her dog had never deserted her. Justice is something that the powerful make. "You can imprison me," Enrico said slowly, "but you cannot stop what is coming." Vaughn sneered. "We will see." And one of his guards moved forward, placing a cloth bag over Enrico's head and pulling it tight. Everything fell into darkness. If anyone could help Grayson discover the truth, it was him. The only thing Grayson could think about at the moment was the phone on the table, where he was waiting second by second for news from his close sources. Grayson and Ethan sat in the tiny room that was temporarily used as the central investigation hub, with bulletin boards covered in documents and diagrams connecting important figures within the Black Widow organization. Ethan leaned over the table, his gaze focused on the laptop screen. Enrico had been captured. That much was obvious. But in theory, she should have been returned to the prison and entered into the system as a captured escapee. But for hours there had been no formal announcement about her return. Enrico had not been taken back to prison, so where had they taken her? Grayson clenched his fists, knowing without hesitation that there was only one possible scenario. They had no intention of letting her live. I checked the inmate tracking system, and there is no sign of Enrico being brought back to the prison. They want to kill her. Ethan abruptly got to his feet, his eyes darkening. He nodded, his voice falling. This time, nothing could stop them. If Black Widow were involved, they would not make a mistake. They would kill Enrico as soon as they could. There was no time to think. There was only one person who could help him now, Jake Carter, one of the few police officers he still trusted. Grayson took out his phone and rapidly scrolled through his contacts. After a few rings, a gruff voice said, "Grayson, what is going on this late?" "H-Pair's not at the prison," bluntly stated Grayson. Jake was not the kind to display emotion readily, but Grayson sensed his hesitancy. "Listen," Jake said, his voice lowering. "I cannot say much over the phone, but I have what you need," Grayson said, gripping the phone tighter. "I need to know where she is. I planted a tracker on Enrico before she was taken, just in case. I did not expect to actually need it." Jake took a deep breath and then whispered, as if he was afraid someone might be listening. Grayson's heart raced. "Do you have the coordinates?" "I do, but we have to move quickly. If I can track her, Vaughn's people can find out what I have done." Jake sighed. "Be careful. We are dealing with people who will not hesitate to kill." Ethan looked at Grayson expectantly. "There is no time to waste." Grayson grabbed his coat and rushed toward the door. "Send me the coordinates now. I will handle the rest." Grayson hung up, and almost instantly a message with the coordinates appeared on his screen. "This isn't a police station, nor an official facility. It's an abandoned industrial area about 30 miles outside the city." Grayson gritted his teeth. "We leave now." Ethan nodded, closed the laptop, and followed Grayson to the car. Grayson was about to open the driver's side door when a soft noise came from behind him. Ethan looked at the phone, then quickly opened the map on his laptop. "I know you want to go," Grayson whispered, "but this could be dangerous." Ron simply stared at him without blinking, as if he realized that nothing could make him change his mind. The dog had heard everything, and when he turned, he saw Ron, standing there with his eyes glowing in the dark and his tail flicking slightly. "You really think you can leave him behind?" Ethan asked, standing next to them with his arms folded. "He senses something is coming." Grayson said nothing, looking down at Ron thoughtfully, and he knew exactly how the dog was feeling. The wound from the last chase was not entirely healed, although it seemed stable on the outside. The most important pieces of evidence in this investigation had all come from Ron, from tracking the criminal's trail to finding a strange piece of material at the crime scene. Everything had his paw prints on it. But more than anyone else, Grayson knew that Ron was not just any ordinary working dog. He did not just obey commands like a regular animal. Instead, he had extraordinary instincts, an intuition that even seasoned officers found difficult to compare with. Ron's keen instincts were not accidental. They had been refined over years of cases, pursuits, and run-ins with criminals. But more than anything, Ron was a devoted warrior, not just a partner. Without him, Grayson and Ethan might still be struggling with disjointed theories, unable to connect the crucial details required to uncover the truth. He was an essential component of the team's very essence. Grayson inhaled deeply. He had seen working dogs like Ron fight to the death to defend their partners. Their devotion was not merely instinctual, it was an unbreakable commitment. Now, despite his incomplete recovery, Ron wanted to join the fight, not because he had the urge to hunt, but because he knew Enrico was in danger. Ron's eyes glowed in the darkness, unflinching, as if waiting for Grayson's final decision, and Grayson knew he could not stop him. He could sense it in a way that humans couldn't. Grayson knelt down and put a hand on Ron's head. The dog's breath was strong and steady, without any trace of fear or worry. He knew deep down that it was true. That part of him wanted Ron to come along, that he trusted him more than anyone else, and that if he left Ron behind, the dog would not sit quietly, but would instead stew in frustration, whining and staring longingly at the door, as if blaming Grayson for leaving him in a crucial battle. With a slight nod, he finally said, "All right, let us go." Ron leaped into the back seat with quick reflexes, his eyes full of resolve, knowing that he was on a mission, that Enrico was still out there, and that he would not stop until he found her. The car took off, racing through the night toward the last known location where Enrico had been taken. A race against time had begun, and Grayson vowed that this time he would not leave her to fight alone. Grayson and Ethan drove through the night, closely following the GPS signal that Grayson's trusted police contact had put on Enrico. There was silence on every corner and road, and the atmosphere inside the car was tense, as taut as a stretched wire. Ron sat in the back seat, ears up, eyes never taking off from the road ahead, and even though it could not make out the flashing numbers on the GPS screen, it knew something significant was about to happen. They both knew that every second they were getting closer to Enrico, but they were also getting closer to an unpredictable danger. Ethan furrowed his brows, whispering, "Are they not careful?" It sensed Grayson's tension and was prepared for it. Eventually, the car stopped by an old industrial area where a rundown warehouse stood among abandoned shipping containers, and Enrico was inside, according to the GPS. What was even more unexpected was the area's lack of heavy security. Squinting, Grayson scanned the shadowy space before him. A prominent prisoner like Enrico should have been heavily guarded, not left with just 2 guards like this. But that also meant Vaughn was either too self-assured or too stupid to believe no one could find him this quickly. Instead, he saw 2 guards standing outside, chatting casually, their rifles slung loosely on their shoulders. The dog understood instantly, dropping to the ground and moving forward silently like a shadow as Grayson and Ethan exchanged glances, and then Grayson nodded subtly toward Ron. Ethan followed suit, his gun firmly in his hand, ready to back them up if things went wrong, and Grayson did the same, pulling his knife from his belt. Ron moved through the darkness like a phantom, its eyes glowing, focused on the target. A few more steps and it suddenly surged forward, launching itself like a bolt of lightning. Before the first guard could react, Ron had lunged at him, its sharp teeth sinking into his arm, making his gun drop to the ground. The 2 guards had no idea that in just a few seconds they would have no chance to warn anyone. The second guard spun around, mouth open in shock, but Ethan was quicker, and a precise blow to the throat left the man choking, unable to make a sound. Before he could back away, Grayson grabbed him by the neck and tightened his grip until the guard's body went limp. Grayson arrived before the guard could scream and delivered a powerful punch to the back of his neck, rendering him unconscious. In a matter of seconds, both guards were on the ground, silent. There were no gunshots or shouts. Grayson knelt down and patted Ron's head gently while whispering, "Good work, old friend." Ron did not bark. Instead, it merely let out a deep breath, its eyes still fixed on the warehouse door, as though it understood the mission was not really finished yet. After giving Ethan a quick look, Grayson nodded and said, "Let us." No one else was around, so they disarmed the two guards, dragged them carefully into the shadows, and hurried toward the big door. Enrico was still strapped to the chair, her wounds bleeding, but her eyes were still full of unwavering resolve, and she had no idea that the only people she could trust were getting closer than ever, just a few steps away. And Vaughn, who was still holding the gun to her head, had no idea that his time was running out. The smell of dampness and old machine oil filled the warehouse, and the dim light from the overhead bulbs flickered, creating twisted shadows on the walls. Enrico was strapped to an old wooden chair, her wrists raw and swollen from the ropes cutting into her skin, and the wound on her forehead was still leaking blood. But her eyes never wavered, and she showed no signs of fear. Austin Vaughn stood in front of her, the pistol aimed straight at her head, his finger hovering dangerously over the trigger, his eyes cold and piercing, his face showing no signs of weariness despite hours of interrogation, threats, beatings, and mental torture. But the woman in front of him would not say a word about what she knew. Van's face twisted into a grimace as Enrico raised her head, her body exhausted but her eyes burning with a scary resolve. "Is something funny, Calloway?" A faint smile curled on her injured lips. Enrico tilted her head, her voice calm but raw with pain, and he growled, his voice heavy with irritation. "I was only wondering. After you kill me, how long do you think you will live?" "You still do not get your predicament, do you?" Vaughn asked, raising an eyebrow before laughing. Enrico remained motionless for a minute, her eyes fixed on Van's as though contemplating something. "You have no one. No one out there is looking for you. You have been abandoned," he said, bending down and peering directly into her eyes. Van sneered and turned away. "You mean Grayson? He will not be able to save you, and even if he tries, he will be dead before he ever finds you." Enrico did not say anything, but hope was still burning brightly inside of her. She shook her head and let out a slow exhale. "You are wrong. I know there is one person who will never abandon me." Vaughn sighed, his patience finally giving out. He had expected Enrico to snap after hours of torture, but she continued to stare at him with that same unflinching gaze, as if he were nothing but a failed man, grasping at something meaningless. But the thing that gave her the most comfort was Ron. That dog had never left her side, and she knew that even though he was not here now, somewhere out there, he was fighting to find her. Vaughn smiled and pushed the gun closer to her head, saying, "You know, Calloway, I actually admire your stubbornness." "But this is the end," he said. And as he was about to pull the trigger, a shadow darted forward like lightning, and a high-pitched scream broke the silence as Ron lunged at Vaughn from the side, sinking his sharp teeth into the arm holding the gun. Van struggled desperately to shake Ron off, but the dog would not let go, its teeth buried deep in his arm, blood soaking through his sleeve. Enrico jerked instinctively, but she stayed bound to the chair as Vaughn roared in pain, his grip on the gun faltering as a shot rang out, but it missed its target. The dog slammed hard against the floor, rolling several times before coming to a stop, letting out a low growl but struggling to rise, its eyes glaring at Vaughn in defiance. Grayson and Ethan seized their opportunity, as Grayson leapt from his hiding place, brandishing a high-caliber gun aimed directly at Vaughn. He screamed, kicking viciously at Ron, sending the dog flying across the room. "Stop shooting!" In spite of his bloodied arm, Vaughn refused to give up and stumbled to his feet, reaching for the gun that had fallen to the ground. In that moment, despite the pain from both new and old wounds, Ron charged forward once more, this time directly aiming for the gun that Vaughn was frantically attempting to Vaughn, swore, and crawled toward the weapon. But Ron prevented him from reaching it. "Let him." Then, with the force of a trained working dog, Ron jumped and slammed into Van's arm, sending the gun flying out of his reach and skidding across the concrete floor, stopping a few meters away. Then, in an instant, the dog turned, growling, and lunged at Vaughn once more, its teeth sinking into his shoulder and dragging him to the ground. Vaughn screamed in agony, his fists hammering desperately at Ron, but the dog resisted, its front paws holding him down and immobilizing him. Vaughn desperately reached for the knife by his side, but Grayson was quicker, darting forward and kicking Vaughn's hand, sending the knife flying. Then, without hesitation, Grayson lifted the butt of his gun and slammed it hard against Vaughn's temple, causing Van to stumble, his eyes bulging before collapsing, helpless to defend himself. Ron released its hold but remained vigilant, still growling and prepared to strike again if Vaughn moved. There was no way out now. Vaughn staggered back, blood from his shoulder wound, soaking his shirt, knowing it was over. Outside, the police and FBI sirens blared, their flashing lights illuminating the old warehouse. Dozens of agents poured in, encircling the entire area, weapons drawn and ready. With Vaughn's will broken, he could no longer resist, and his wild eyes locked onto Enrico as if trying to memorize her face one last time before being led away. Ethan kicked open the warehouse door and signaled for the agents to move in. Orders rang out sharply, demanding that Vaughn drop his weapon. One officer rushed forward, forcing him to the ground before swiftly securing handcuffs around his wrists. As Enrico sat still in the chair, her body broken and bruised from the constant torture, she had lost the strength to react, but there was still a resolute resolve in her weary eyes. She turned her head to face Vaughn for the last time, and her voice, hoarse but as sharp as a blade, pierced the tense air. Vaughn clenched his teeth but remained silent. He knew it was over for him, but Enrico did not care about him anymore. As the last rope was cut, her tired body fell forward, and Grayson caught her right away, but then she heard a quiet moan from close by. Ron lay a short distance away, his body covered in wounds, his fur matted with blood, but his devoted eyes never left Enrico's. Throughout her captivity, Enrico had feared she would never see her dog again. But now there he was, right before her. Enrico turned, her breath catching in her throat as the sight before her stopped her dead in her tracks. Her voice was faint, hardly more than a whisper, but Ron answered right away, trying to raise his head, his eyes glimmering with worry, to see if she was hurt, then dragging himself closer, his head resting gently on Enrico's lap, the familiar warmth of his presence breaking something inside Enrico. Grayson stood quietly nearby, watching the scene unfold as tears welled up and fell onto Ron's blood-soaked fur. She reached out, trembling, and stroked the matted, bloodied coat, saying, "Old friend, you did so well." Ron was unable to speak, but he waved his tail gently, as if to say he understood. He knew what Enrico and Ron had been through, and he knew that the dog had risked everything to bring her back. This was more than just a reunion. It was evidence of an unbreakable loyalty. Ethan came by, kneeling next to Ron to examine his wounds, and mumbled, "He has lost a lot of blood. We need to get him to a vet immediately." Enrico took a deep breath, trying to calm her feelings, and Grayson nodded but remained motionless, focusing on Enrico and the way her hands were still shaking as they rested on Ron's back. He knew what Enrico was feeling, that even though the world was turning its back on her, there was still one person who would never leave her. "You saved me," she whispered. "You have always found me first." Ron let out a soft breath, pressing his head against her hand, and Grayson knelt next to her, resting a comforting hand on her shoulder. She put her hand on Ron's head, caressing him as she always had, when he had done his job well. After all the days spent in captivity, tortured and stripped of everything, Enrico knew, with a single gentle touch from her dog, that she still had the most important thing, his unwavering loyalty. Enrico nodded, but she did not get up right away because she wanted to spend a little more time with Ron. Grayson assisted Enrico to her feet, but Enrico's gaze stayed on her dog. "Let us go, old friend," she murmured, acknowledging that Ron lacked the strength to stand independently. Ethan got up first, indicating to the agents to get an ambulance ready for Ron. But he was able to take a few cautious steps with Grayson's assistance. Despite the discomfort of every movement, he never took his eyes from Enrico. He had located her. His mission was accomplished. The lights of the FBI and police cars were still blazing outside, but Enrico and Ron were the center of attention now. Everyone knew what they had just seen, yet nobody said a word. It was more than just a rescue. It was a tale of devotion, the enduring connection between a lady and a creature that had put itself in danger to defend its loved one. The FBI conducted a thorough investigation to dismantle the entire Black Widow group following Vaughn's arrest. Raids were ongoing in various locations, including clandestine commercial fronts and hidden bases. Several new names surfaced after a detailed review of the organization's communication and financial records. Agents pursued the trail, searching every nook and cranny to expose all those involved. Enrico was unable to sense the warmth of the bright sunlight outside the hospital. Her earlier wounds were still healing as she lay in the hospital bed, with her arm bandaged. Her thoughts, however, were elsewhere. The FBI was carrying out the biggest raid she had ever. Seen Out There. This campaign targeted individuals who had attempted to manipulate justice and exploit the system for their own personal gain. It drew them into the light, one by one. They discovered and dismantled the covert Black Widow bases. All secret bank accounts and illegal funds sent through black market methods were promptly located and frozen. Those who thought they could escape were handcuffed and put in police cars. The corrupt officers believed they were protected by the organization's shadow. With every report transmitted back to the command center, the Special Task Force put forth endless effort. The number of arrests also increased alongside the efforts of the Special Task Force. Enrico was aware that the legal system has not really had a chance against such a strong subterranean force in years. At one point, she believed she would not survive to witness this day. However, one thing was more important than all of that. She had freedom. Early one morning, she received the news. An agent, with a faint smile on his face and a heavy file, walked into her hospital room. "I believe you will want to hear this directly from us, Miss Calloway. You've been completely exonerated. The evidence from Vaughn's arrest, together with the papers acquired during the Black Widow raid, indicates that you had no participation in any of the murders. You were the victim of a masterfully constructed plot, and now you are free." Enrico did not experience the happiness right away. After waiting so long for this moment, she felt empty now that it had come. To find the truth, she had run, struggled, and suffered emotional and physical injuries. She was unsure of what to do next. Then, amidst the confusion, one idea emerged. "Where is Ron?" Her eyes flashed with worry as she spoke. "What is up with him?" After a little pause, the agent responded. "After the rescue, we took him to a veterinarian. Despite his severe injuries, the dog has recovered from the critical stage. They are still watching him." Enrico was unable to wait much longer. Even though her body was still hurting from the bruising, she threw off the blanket. Enrico's hand was firmly on the doorframe as she stood at the entrance of the treatment room, staring at her devoted dog, who was lying still on the medical bed. Ron has white bandages wrapped around his front legs and shoulders. There were wounds all over his body, and dried blood stained his rich brown fur. They were all reminders of the fight he had waged for her. Her throat constricted. Despite her prior experience of seeing Ron hurt during perilous missions, she had never witnessed him in this state. Still vibrant, but weak and worn out. The sound of her footsteps reverberated in the silent room. Ron's eyes slowly opened, and his ears pricked as Enrico drew closer. His deep, familiar glance conveyed his steadfast devotion. He emitted a low moan as the pain prevented him from raising his head. Enrico crouched down next to him right away, her shaky hand reaching out to stroke his fur. She said, "Hey, boy," in an emotionally charged voice. Ron groaned softly and then attempted to rise slightly, sniffing Enrico's hand as if to confirm that she was truly present and safe. Feeling his familiar warmth, she bit her lip, and everything around her seems to vanish for a second. Standing with his arms folded and leaning against the wall, Grayson watched in silence. Nobody knew Enrico as well as he did. He was also aware that she was observing more than a working dog with an injury. She was staring at a friend who had stood by her side while everyone else had turned their backs on her. "You must have heard of his actions." Grayson raised his voice softly. Enrico nodded slightly but continued to stare at Ron. "I do not know the specifics, but I know he saved me." With a sigh, Grayson moved to the chair next to the bed and took a seat. "Ron never left my side after taking you away. He did not sleep or eat. He seemed to be waiting for you to return since he was constantly staring toward the door. When Ethan and I found out Black Widow still wanted to kill you, Ron was the first to notice we were being followed." Enrico's eyes flickered with worry as she looked at Grayson. Grayson nodded and asked, "You were ambushed?" He glanced toward the bandages covering Ron's body and said, "We were chased down the street, but Ron saved me." He lunged at one of the assassins, throwing him off balance and allowing me the opportunity to take him down. But the price he paid. After swallowing, Enrico leaned down once again to caress Ron's silky fur. "You saved me again," she said. Ron blinked as usual, and despite his weariness, his tail waggled a little. Grayson's tone darkened as he went on. "Following your transportation to Van's warehouse, we were able to monitor the gadget that a close cop had attached to you. However, we could not have gotten so close without Ron. Before the two guards could warn anyone, he saw them outside and assisted us in breaking in silently." Enrico gave Grayson a startled glance. Despite his injuries, he accomplished all of that. Grayson gave a small smile. Enrico inhaled deeply, her eyes glimmering with renewed resolve. "He never stopped fighting, Enrico. For you?" she asked. Gently pressing her forehead against Ron's head, she turned back to him. She said, "You have already been through too much, old friend." Ron half closed his eyes and groaned softly. Enrico knew, however, that he understood her at that very moment. Grayson got to his feet and touched Enrico's shoulder. "He will get better. You will do the same, but we cannot end here. There is still some Black Widow left." Enrico's fist clenched. "They will not have another chance, but they have stolen too much." Grayson gave a nod. "Let us begin from here, then. And we will not allow them to retaliate this time." Enrico gave Ron a final glance. The fact that she and Ron had reunited here and now, even though she knew the war was far from done, was enough to keep her going. Enrico felt as though she was reliving every minute of the past as the memories came flooding back. Vivid. The day she met Ron, a young working dog with hungry, brilliant eyes who was passionate but also obstinate and independent. Enrico believed that teaching Ron would be extremely challenging because the dog was stubborn and strong-willed, but what she did not anticipate was that Ron would wind up becoming her only family member, not just a companion. She recalled their very first visit to a crime site. Although Ron was not yet completely used to actual combat scenarios, he picked things up rapidly and was able to adjust and respond more swiftly than any of Enrico's teammates. She remembered vividly the day Ron first showed off his extraordinary abilities at a cocaine arrest. As the group neared the abandoned structure, Ron growled and violently tugged at his leash. Enrico sensed a problem and gave the players the order to switch positions right away. A few seconds later, a criminal with a knife in his hand came out of a concealed corner. However, Ron swiftly advanced before the criminal could approach, instantly dispatching him. Working dog with a remarkable protective sense. Enrico grinned as she thought back to the difficult training days, the early field runs, and the several times they rehearsed in mock scenario drills. Not everything had gone as planned. She recalled how many times Ron had tried to jump over the high obstacle wall, but had failed. He simply stood there looking at her, then averted his gaze as if to object. Enrico needed to exercise patience by calmly sitting next to him, giving him a pat, and gradually boosting his confidence. Then, one sweltering afternoon, Ron suddenly pulled himself together and jumped over the wall, surprising Enrico. She became aware of something at that very time. She was not merely teaching Ron. He also needed her to trust him and be with him. Enrico's gaze lowered to her hand on Ron's back. She felt at ease because she was accustomed to the sensation of his thick fur. Numerous times this dog had saved her life. The day Ron put his life in danger to save her from an ambush, however, might be the memory she would never forget. They were pursuing a dangerous assassin at the time, a man who had committed several heinous killings. Enrico felt apprehensive as they got closer to an abandoned warehouse, but she was unable to back down. She froze when Ron barked loudly and tugged with great force on the leash. A flurry of gunfire rained down on the area where she had been about to step in the next instant. Had it not been for Ron, she would not have survived. Enrico realized then that her relationship with Ron was more than just a handler-working dog relationship. Something more profound. An unwavering devotion. Enrico's head bowed, her chest constricted as she recalled the days she had spent behind bars, tortured psychologically and physically, and abandoned by society. However, one creature remained constant despite everyone's disregard for her and the distortion of justice. Ron. He had trusted her when no one else did, and he did not only fight for her, she might not have been able to stand here and breathe the freedom without Ron. Enrico said, "Sorry for making you worry," in a voice that was emotional and tired. Ron let out a low whine, trying to nudge closer, pressing his head into Enrico's palm. She knew Ron did not need an apology. To him, she had never been at fault. No matter how the world turned against her, no matter how she was judged, hunted, or falsely accused, Ron had always trusted her completely. That was what made their bond more special than anything else, she said. Grayson stood quietly by the door, watching silently. His eyes softened as he watched this moment. He had worked with many canine units and seen many excellent working dogs, but he had never met a dog quite like Ron. She caressed him gently, felt his warm breath against her skin. That alone was enough to ease the wounds in her heart. Absolute devotion and an unbreakable bond were things that could not be taught or coerced. Enrico sat for a long time, her hand never leaving Ron's, listening to his steady breathing, knowing that her battle was far from over and that many wrongs still needed to be written. She had lost everything, including her career, reputation, and faith in justice. But at least now she knew she was not alone. Ron was still there, and his presence reminded her to keep fighting, not just for herself, but also for those who couldn't defend themselves. Harbor inhaled deeply, lightly touched the top of Ron's head, and whispered, "We will not let them get away, old friend." Marvin Harrington, a senior police officer with extensive connections and a thorough understanding of the workings of the investigative system, managed to evade detection despite the arrest and exposure of all the names connected to the Black Widow organization. During his tenure at the police department, Harrington had surreptitiously shielded Black Widow from earlier investigations by falsifying evidence and removing threats to the organization. Not only was he an accomplice to the crime, but he was part of the machinery itself, a shadowy figure who controlled everything like a deft puppeteer, knowing exactly what he had to do to stay out of the spotlight, thanks to his understanding of the investigative process. When the FBI raided Harrington's home, they discovered an empty apartment. Harrington had prepared ahead of time, knowing that he would be the next target the moment Vaughn fell, and the computers were completely destroyed, the documents burned to ashes, and there were no traces left, as if he had never lived there. A few of his secret bank accounts were frozen, but the money had been withdrawn not long before. Grayson felt uneasy because a man like him would not just run, instead he would plan, find a way to hide, or even try a counterattack. But even more suspicious was the way he disappeared. The last pictures obtained by the police from security cameras showed him leaving the house, appearing to be a completely different person. He had a middle-aged stranger's face instead of Marvin Harrington's, one that was not in any identification records and showed no signs of a hastily performed plastic surgery, and Grayson realized that Harrington had used a biological polymer mask, the same technology Black Widow had used to frame Enrico. In addition to manipulating Enrico's case, he had also used that same technology to conceal his own identity, which no one had expected of a man who could adopt any face and blend in with the crowd without anyone noticing, making the search for Harrington more difficult than ever. How could they possibly find him among millions of people if he could change his appearance in an instant? The FBI searched everywhere in the days that followed. Ron, with the instincts of a trained K-9, took the initiative while the FBI stepped up their investigation because he left no trace, did not use his old identity, and did not contact anyone within the organization. However, Grayson did not think Harrington could just disappear. A man like him would not just withdraw. He still had plans and a purpose, and the most crucial question was whether Harrington was running or still there, waiting for an opportunity. Even though his injuries had not fully healed, he remained close to Enrico, always on high alertness. One morning, while Enrico was reviewing the investigation reports, Ron abruptly left his spot, lunged towards the window, and let out a loud bark. That reaction was unusual for Ron, prompting Grayson to hurry outside to the yard, where Ron was running in circles and sniffing the ground as if he were trying to follow a scent. Enrico had a sudden realization. If facial recognition technology failed to locate Harrington, why not utilize his scent? Although people could alter their appearance, they could not totally conceal their biological traces, which included body odor, sweat, and pheromones, all of which were impervious to masks. And if anyone could find Harrington, regardless of his disguise, it was Ron. Enrico acted right away, assuming that he might still be hiding nearby because the safest place was usually the most dangerous. She made Ron sniff the old items the police had discovered, and Ron responded with a loud bark before running toward a nearby alley and sniffing all the way along the way. Ron did not hesitate, and Enrico followed closely, keeping up with its rapid steps, muscles tense as it led Enrico through narrow alleyways, the scent still fresh, indicating that Harrington was very close. Enrico scanned the crowd, looking for anyone acting suspiciously. Ron abruptly stopped in front of a food stall on the side of the road and made his way straight for a man in a brown coat who was hurrying through the crowd with his head lowered. However, what made this pursuit so risky was Harrington's ability to change his appearance. He could be standing directly in front of her, but with an entirely different face. Enrico immediately became aware of the strange behavior. He was not observing his surroundings or glancing around, almost as though he wanted to get away as soon as possible. Her hand swiftly went to her revolver, and she accelerated her speed, following closely after him. "Stop!" Enrico yelled as she took her gun out of her holster, causing the audience to turn and mutter in shock. After a brief time of inaction, the man with the brown coat turned and bolted. "Ron!" Stop gave the order, and Ron immediately shot ahead like an arrow, causing the market to erupt in turmoil as people yelled and scurried to avoid the big dog that was pursuing the fugitive through the aisles. Enrico trailed closely behind, her feet moving swiftly on the slick pavement, each step firm and uncompromising. Harrington, who knew the area well, every dead end, every escape route, cut into a narrow alley and darted past trash piles and old concrete walls, but Enrico was not giving him the opportunity. Ron was almost on top of him, its front legs kicking up as it prepared to tackle its target, but in that 1 second, Harrington slammed into a nearby iron door, slamming it shut behind him. She aimed for his leg and squeezed the trigger, avoiding the sharp gunshot that grazed the edge of his coat. Enrico reached the door shortly after, but upon opening it, she found it locked from the inside. She pressed hard against the metal, but all she heard was the empty, cold echo. "He got away," Enrico muttered, feeling disappointed, taking a deep breath before turning to face Ron, who was shaking his body, its fur on end, still alert, and clenching her fists. She stood tall, staring at the cold metal door in front of her, her mind fixed on one thought. He would not get far, and she would not stop until she had him. Enrico, Grayson, and Ethan returned to the temporary FBI headquarters and started planning the final capture. Harrington might have gotten away this time, but he could not hide forever. Harrington had demonstrated that he could remove all evidence of himself, so they could no longer rely on conventional investigative techniques. The air was tense at the international airport as FBI agents carefully screened every passenger, and following Harrington's escape, surveillance was tight at every entrance and exit. Even after the police scanned every passport, went over passenger lists, and used the newest facial recognition technology, Harrington was still missing from the system, as if he had never been there. Then, all of a sudden, there was an alarm from the security gate, and the facial recognition system on the control monitor showed a match with Harrington. Enrico stood with Grayson near the security checkpoint, her eyes scanning the line of passengers waiting to board, and watched as a group of agents rushed in and subdued the middle-aged man who was about to board a flight, completely caught off guard and with no chance of escape. The agents captured Harrington with such ease that Enrico felt uneasy. Everything appeared to be perfectly normal. And then Ron barked loudly. The dog was tense, staring at a group of passengers in front of him. And then, almost without thinking, he got up, moved away from his spot, and barked once more. The dog then growled, staring at a passenger who had just gone through the checkpoint. Enrico frowned. It was a middle-aged man, well-dressed and utterly unremarkable. He had passed the facial recognition scan without any problems, but as soon as he stepped into the waiting room, Ron's body tensed up like a bowstring being pulled taut, and the dog yanked on his leash, barking loudly, startling everyone around them. Ron had never acted in such a way without cause. She looked at Grayson, and they both looked at the man about whom Ron was obsessed. He walked normally at first, but a few seconds later, as if he could sense their attention, his steps became unnatural, and he unconsciously adjusted his collar, glanced at the information desk, and quickened his pace. Enrico thought to herself, "This does not feel right." If he were really just a regular passenger, why was he acting so nervous? As Enrico and Grayson were getting ready to act, Ron lunged forward, straight for the man, and Enrico was startled but too late to stop him. The dog jumped, hitting the man hard with his front paws, causing him to stumble. A thin, artificial skin slipped to the floor, twisting into a distorted lump, revealing the true face hidden beneath. Enrico and Grayson stared in shock as everything around them seemed to slow down. Before anyone could react, Ron grabbed hold of the man's coat and yanked with all his strength. A tearing sound echoed through the air, and the fabric was torn off. But that was not all. For a brief moment, all the agents stood stunned, wondering how there could be two Harringtons. Marvin Harrington was not just a simple traitor, he was a master manipulator and a genius at hiding his tracks. Knowing that the FBI would be concentrating on verifying each passenger's identity at the airport, he had come up with a cunning plan to deceive them, using a decoy to disguise himself. The individual apprehended at the checkpoint looked strikingly similar to Harrington, and when the facial recognition system scanned him, the results matched exactly, setting off an instant security alert. As the agents were busy processing the suspect and confirming his identity, he changed his appearance with a biopolymer mask, blending in with the crowd and avoiding detection as he passed through the security gate. He did not have to run or use force. Instead, he took advantage of the system he had previously worked for, a system he knew all too well, with all its flaws. His plan was perfect until Ron exposed him, at which point Harrington turned to run without hesitation, but before he could go very far, a gunshot took place. Harrington screamed in rage, but there was no way out when an FBI agent's bullet pierced his calf, causing him to stumble and fall to the ground. Grayson hurried forward, pinning him down as other agents surrounded them. Enrico came over, squatting to retrieve the biopolymer mask from the floor, her eyes narrowing as she gazed at it. This technology, which had once been used to frame her, was now the very thing that revealed the mastermind. Ron stood next to Enrico, his tail waving gently, his gaze focused on the traitor on the ground. The dog had finally accomplished his task, and once more, Austin Vaughn and Marvin Harrington had developed a flawless system of power manipulation over many years. They were not just bribers or involved in shady activities. They were two vital connections that allowed Black Widow, a professional assassin organization, to flourish and survive without anyone interfering. Vaughn and Harrington, as covert operatives, executed everything flawlessly, from contracts for political assassinations to cover-up eliminations. Black Widow consistently demonstrated expertise in tidying up the crime scene and manipulating evidence to refocus the investigation on an innocent individual or a carefully selected scapegoat. Their system was so complex that even top-tier investigative agencies could not find it. As a senior inspector with the police department, Harrington was in charge of legalizing all the reports, making sure that all traces led to conclusions that were in their favor. Their only and most serious error was selecting Enrico Calloway as the sacrificial pawn. Over the years, Vaughn maintained strict control by making sure that sensitive cases were always in his hands. When Vaughn's superiors at Black Widow ordered him to kill Brandon Miller because he had secrets that could destroy the entire system, he immediately looked for a scapegoat, someone with a spotless record, someone powerful enough to persuade the public that she was the true culprit, and Enrico was the ideal candidate. Not only was Enrico an accomplished detective, but she also had a strong moral code, which ironically made her a pain in the side of Vaughn and Harrington, who knew that if Enrico kept investigating unsolved cases, she would eventually find out the truth about what was actually happening in the police system. So, they were going to kill her before she could do that. Vaughn had. Black Widow used biopolymer mask technology to create a perfect replica of Enrico, and when a killer wearing the mask appeared on security cameras at the Brandon Miller crime scene, it provided undeniable evidence. Harrington made sure that every forensic result supported their made-up theory. The case included Enrico's fingerprints on the gun, fabricated witnesses, and was so well planned that it left no room for doubt. They believed Enrico would be powerless to resist. But they were wrong about Ron. If Enrico was a good cop with keen instincts, Ron was a working dog with intelligence and loyalty like no other, not just a dog obeying orders. It was a being that could sense things that humans could not. Ron showed odd behavior as soon as Enrico was arrested, refusing to work, ceasing to eat, and continuing to look for her. When Grayson took him in, Ron continued to lead him to important hints, one by one, revealing the plot that Vaughn and Harrington had planned. Black Widow's plans started to fall apart because of Ron's perseverance. The dog had sniffed out a piece of the biopolymer mask, proving that Enrico was not the real murderer. Ron had saved Grayson during pursuits and assisted him in finding the biomask printing warehouse where Black Widow had created false identities for their killers. The biggest mistake Vaughn and Harrington made was not manipulating the police system or working with Black Widow, but rather believing that a dog could not change the course of the war. Most significantly, Ron was the one who caught Harrington when he attempted to flee at the airport by posing as a normal passenger. He had once believed he could control everything, including witnesses, evidence, and even the legal system, but he could not control a creature that was completely loyal to its owner. Harrington panicked when he was discovered because he could not believe a dog had exposed him. He knew it was over when the FBI agent's bullet tore through his calf, when he fell to the ground, and when he saw Enrico staring at him with icy, piercing eyes from a distance. The system that Vaughn and Harrington had built over the years had now fallen apart completely, and Enrico and Ron stood there watching Vaughn being taken away like a criminal. Vaughn was arrested soon after, and as he was dragged out of the warehouse, his eyes still glowed with rage, but he no longer had the confidence or power he once possessed. Financial records were made public. Those who had once manipulated justice were now facing the same penalties they had used to condemn the innocent. Enrico was finally exonerated. Black Widow had no protection, and important members of the organization were being arrested one by one in the FBI's sweeping campaign. More than simply being free again, though, she knew that without Ron, she would never have survived to this day. It was this dog that had stood by her side and never lost faith in her, even when the world turned its back on her. Ron groaned softly as she knelt down to caress his head, his eyes brightening with joy. "You saved me again, old friend." She smiled, her voice full of gratitude. The verdict was handed down. Austin Vaughn stood at the witness stand in front of dozens of people in the federal court, his voice shaking as he confessed to all his crimes. His testimony, along with the evidence gathered from the investigation, revealed the entire Black Widow network, a professional assassin organization that had manipulated the legal system. Once one of the law's defenders, Marvin Harrington was now on trial, and with nothing left to argue, he bowed his head as the life sentence was read, bringing an end to his days of working in the background and controlling everything. The courtroom was filled with whispers as the sentence was read. The fact that justice had been done, however, was more significant. Enrico stood quietly outside the courthouse, staring up at the sky as sunlight filtered through the trees and reflected on the dew-still wet asphalt street. She had finally been granted her freedom, free from suspicion, accusations, and unfair imprisonment. Grayson walked up beside her and nodded. "We did it," he said, his voice not loud enough for Enrico to understand. But it was clear that those months had left their mark on her mind, and she had nearly lost everything if it were not for those who had supported her through the end. Not only had the evidence cleared her, but so had Grayson, Ethan, and Ron, the men who had defended her. And Ron, the faithful dog who had been by her side from the start, was now beside Enrico, his head cocked slightly, as if he could hear every breath she took. The old wounds had healed, but the scars of the battle were still like medals of honor. The FBI continued to sift through the remains of Black Widow, but its system had been utterly demolished, the masterminds apprehended, classified documents confiscated, every plan exposed to the light, and Ron had always been her most faithful protector, not just with. This strength came with an unspoken understanding that only those who were truly connected could sense. They were both promoted. Enrico became the captain of a special investigative unit where she could use her experience to stop dangerous conspiracies before they happened, and Grayson and Enrico were both given the Medal of Courage, a prestigious award for officers who had made significant contributions to the protection of justice. Nobody could control the world from the shadows anymore. While Ron, the most devoted and courageous dog, became an icon, The media praised him as a four-legged hero, and his image appeared on national news. Grayson, with his keen intellect and decisiveness, was assigned to lead a specialized team to hunt down dangerous criminal organizations. A special medal was given to Ron, and when Enrico leaned down to put it around his neck, he groaned softly and nuzzled her, as if he understood the pride everyone felt for him. On the day Ron was honored, hundreds of officers and citizens attended the ceremony, and an animal protection organization even adopted his image as their symbol, honoring the role of canine units in law enforcement. That day's sky was clear, the sunlight softly stretching across the square where the ceremony took place, and Enrico looked at Grayson without saying a word, and they understood each other's thoughts. They had faced obstacles together, fought for the truth side by side, and now, standing among those who were honoring them, she knew it had all been worth it. Sometimes, betrayal doesn't come from strangers. It comes from those we once trusted most, and the damage it leaves behind isn't always visible. For Enrico Calloway, being falsely accused wasn't just about clearing her name, it was about surviving a storm she never saw coming. But in the midst of doubt, pain, and injustice, one soul never turned away. Ron, her loyal companion, whose devotion cut through every lie. If you've ever been accused of something you didn't do, maybe your partner suspected you of cheating. Maybe friends turned their backs without asking for the truth, or maybe someone spreads a lie that costs you everything. Just know this: you are not alone. In moments like these, stay grounded. Document what matters. Speak only when you're ready and to the right people. Seek legal advice if needed. And above all, protect your peace, especially if your children are watching. Sometimes silence has a greater impact than defending yourself. If you've walked this road before, or are still on it, please share your story in the comments. You never know who might find comfort in your words. Have you ever been falsely accused, or had to rebuild trust after betrayal? What helped you heal? Let's talk. Your story could be someone else's lifeline.